Yellow bee. No, 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 I can't stop. No, 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 no. Wait, is this copyright music? I can't stop. What you want to do? Don't worry, I'm just listening to song. Nothing else to be worried about. There's a man. Nope. This one. Nothing. There. Science. No. Science. Okay. Let me volume on. Did you know that Renewal by Anderson has replaced windows in nearly 2 million homes across the United States? This is why we will not pressure you to replace all your windows. We'll do just the one. Oh, hello. Fucking damn it. I already turned it up enough. And when it comes to giving you a price, there's no waiting and no guessing. The day we meet with you is the day you get an exact price. It's the day that Alex shuts the fuck up. Renewal by Anderson is ready to solve your window door problems. Get started by calling or going online today. 1-800-704-4200. Please have a shirt. With Choice privileges, every Friday nights you stay with Choice Hotels, you can unlock something that you'll really value. Look who earned enough points for an exclusive experience at the restaurant. I heard this too. Or spice up vacation dinners with a little something extra. Everyone say, unlock new rewards every 5 nights. Unlock new rewards every 5 nights. I see why people say cheese. Stay twice and get a $50 gift card when you join Choice Privileges. Make summer grilling unforgettable with beef from Riverbend Ranch, raised the way nature intended, with no hormones and no antibiotics, and delivered straight from our ranch to your table. Riverbend Ranch, real American beef. And exclusive with Jonathan. From the presidency authority to the Supreme Islamic Battle in Washington, the Senate Majority Leader details it all in a special report. With DirecTV, all your entertainment lives in one place. Universal Search makes it easy to find what you want, fast, no matter where it's streaming, all with one remote. Access live TV, movies, sports, and apps like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN, all included and right on your home screen. Never miss a moment with Sports Central. Follow your favorite teams, track stats, and more. And with My Library, all your recordings, bookmarks, and purchases are organized in one simple place. Less searching, more watching what you love. DirecTV. These Silverado drivers will do a lot in the next 5 years. For their families, for their community. There's one thing they won't do. You are not interest in their new truck. Just announced. For a limited time, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Take on new adventures. Make new memories. And leave the interest behind. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your health matters. Every single day. For decades. You touch this TV again, I swear. I'll take all your electronics and your computer, and you can sit upstairs all day. I can't get in right now. Okay, guys, you're on a boom market. You're looking at it right now. We are in Dow Jones Industrial Average territory.
Shit was already starting out fucked up.
You had on yesterday.
I don't even have no shirt that is just. Oh my fucking god.
With SpaceX moving the way it is, the SpaceX trades on the NASDAQ.
Every time I try to say a word, sounds like I'm high.
That trade on the Dow Jones Industrial Index.
Why?
And they are taking off like fire, and oil's dropping like a stone, and it adds up to good news for your 401k. So check it out today or the weekend and enjoy it. All right, 18 minutes past 7. Got a potential nightmare scenario stopped in its tracks. The FBI and its law enforcement partners disrupting an alleged plot targeting this past weekend's UFC Freedom 250 event. Officials say nearly 24 plotters were identified, with 5 people now in custody. The investigation stretching across at least a dozen FBI field offices. Chris Wecker, former FBI assistant director, with us now serving ABU. We're told that one person was picked up in Cincinnati. You don't have any identifications or any other.
Fucking wrong with this song.
Yeah, so we do 5 arrests. Allegedly, there are 23 or so plotters here. So we probably won't get more details because they're conducting operations as we speak involving those 20.
This is gonna be the first game we play.
We'll see.
This one.
These 4 or 5 will have to have their first appearance within 48 hours.
I already hate what's going on. Walk, 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 walk.
June 10th, and between now and those 3 or 4 days there, they did a multi-field office investigation across the country and identified the other plotters. We'll see how many of them were actually involved and how much real capability was there. There are a lot of issues. All 22 to be arrested. Conspiracy is really punished the conspiracy and the agreement to commit the crime. So
Right now, there are no cameras. There are no cameras nor any mechanic other than just the jammers. This equals Penny, this equals NIEs, and no, I don't fucking care. And this one, this one is Penny, this one is NIEs, and this one's Carrie. Carrie.
We have to keep in mind that the Biden administration millions of unvetted people were released into this country.
Uh-oh.
It would be a very dangerous delusion to believe that these terrorist organizations did not use that open border to bring people inside.
In addition, Chris, on Friday night at midnight, the FISA program went dark. And you can't know what you don't know at that point. collect the information and go back and find it, so you don't know, like, I imagine, if in the last 48 hours before the event, there was any foreign coordination. What do you think of that?
Yeah, we're completely blind. This has been
Freddy.
something that's come up over the years, and it was always beaten back, and the law was renewed. We need FISA. Some people think it has a bad name, but we need to be able to conduct wiretap electronic surveillance on foreign influences in the United States. Now, they may be talking to a U.S. citizen. That's what we want to do.
Chica.
Where you can't just do FISA on U.S. citizens on our soil. But there are many instances where a foreign actor is talking to a domestic actor here in the United States.
Why do I even get it?
Right now.
Oh no, Freddy moved. What even is going on with me?
National security risk, and then on top of that, we have a fifth column in the United States.
Uh-oh.
Huge number of sympathizers
Bonnie
with
moved.
Hamas and terrorist organizations and Iran and all of our enemies. So we got to,
Bond some.
be on top of their
Bond some.
The list is long. Chris, thanks for coming on.
Fernand.
Simply hope, as of last hour, no press conference.
Office look. Office look.
Yeah. We'll see where that goes down. Chris Wecker, thanks for coming on. So we're going to knock it then. Unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA. It is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon.
President Trump meeting with world leaders at the G7 on the heels of making a
Bonnie.
understanding agreement with Iran, referring to details about where.
Freddy Bunny Chica, Freddy Bunny Chica, Freddy. Freddy Bunny Chica, Freddy Bunny Chica Chica.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, but thanks to Skyrizi and clearer skin, most people saw 90% clearer skin from head to toe. Skyrizi is only 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Freddy Bunny Chica, Freddy Bunny Chica. Foxy, Freddy Bunny Chica, Freddy Bunny Chica. Everything is no man.
Nothing on my skin leads out.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. I'm working today. The expression rising tide lifts all boats. Well, that may be true for boats, but not for dogs. As inflation rises, the value of the dollar sinks. So to help protect my wealth, I buy gold from Roslyn Capital.
Doodle-diddle, 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 doodle-diddle.
Gold bullion, Lady Liberty Gold and Silver Truce and Premium Coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Gold and Precious Metals IRA, and Silver Brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have fast, reliable shipping. Gold is money. Make gold your new standard. Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900. 800-630-8900. That's 800-630-8900. Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about Y Refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in Y Refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest in 1 to 5 years? You can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs. And you have the freedom to take your life interest.
This is the most simple game ever. The most simple FNAF bang game ever. But Dark Knights at balls.
That's 8778. Invest or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memo and scan this QR code. Review the disclosures at your leisure. Y Refi, investing in America's future. Why should people support Tunnel to Towers? It's so pure, it's so genuine. Again, it's given to those that have given to us and asked nothing in return. I ran for all the men and women that have served, but at a personal level, I ran for Sean Calvin, Cleveland fireman, years my best friend. Possibly next year.
Bonnie Freddy Chica, Bonnie Freddy Chica. Something.
Firehouse's fire department.
Hello, Inta.
I'm ready for my lieutenant, Paul McGrath.
Windar doesn't seem to be in this game other than the cutscene itself.
Philip, M.Y. Walter, so we wanted to be, back in April of 22. I would love
Oh.
to just carry on their legacy.
People should support some of the towers because of all the great programs they have.
Why? What?
Would they help for firefighter
What the-
families that have been killed in the line of duty? Also military personnel.
I was wrong. Darwin is the golden Freddy of this game.
The homeless veterans buildings that they're starting up now to help combat that.
Penny is the Freddy, Carrie is the Bonnie, and Anais is the Chica.
The greater impact of which will also two of our brothers in the fire service. And the positive impact would come over to us is that, and, we never would have thought that we would have seen that. I couldn't be more proud to support Tunnels Towers. Please donate $11 a month at T2Beginning.org. Tunnels Towers Foundation. Let us do good.
Our community share one heartbeat. It lives in the places we gather and
Well,
the spaces that give us purpose. Well, when disasters strike, that heartbeat stops. So students can run, hospitals can heal.
Yes, I got some extra fan games off the Game Joe.
Then property. The milestone.
Oh.
Warfare compounds that can deploy in the military action without putting service members in danger. Saw that cheery sort of about a week ago. Brooke Taylor live in Austin, Texas, with an exclusive look at the company that's making it happen. Brooke, let's find out.
A high available available exactly like this one helps carry out a military force. They operate completely autonomously, allowing the military to carry out these dangerous rescue missions without putting additional Americans in harm's way.
Carry.
It's got an exclusive look at it in action. The Corsair here was used to rescue 2 American pilots after their Apache helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz, marking the first publicly known rescue mission involving a U.S. military rover. And it was built by a defense company right here in Austin, Texas.
The U.S. military does not leave people behind. We were able to rescue them on the platform without putting additional sailors or soldiers in harm's way. That is a massive accomplishment and opens up a lot of capabilities for commanders moving forward.
The CEO of Saronic says instead of relying on remote operators controlling every move, these vessels could be designed and assigned a mission and then carried out autonomously. And it could also do more than one vessel at once. If what's next for them.
What?
Where'd you get your package?
Autonomous ship more than twice.
It's just a random box from a random company.
What was it?
Opening the door to bigger.
I forgot. I think it was called Able Minds.
So,
I don't know.
Able Minds?
I don't fucking know.
What that means, you actually don't.
That's just the name that appeared in my head.
Can you have a conversation?
But we are having a conversation.
Says it's not just about technology, but being able to build autonomous vessels like this quickly by the thousands and at a fraction of the cost of traditional warships. Phil.
Wow. A new day in a new age. Brooke Taylor, thanks. Live in Texas. Thanks.
President Trump meeting with world leaders at the G7 summit right now after announcing a memorandum of understanding with Iran. The Swiss Foreign Ministry now saying the signing ceremony for the deal will take place Friday at the Bergen Resort in just south of Zurich. And President Trump said this earlier on the second phase of negotiations.
That's a 60-day period, so I think it's gonna happen fairly on time. We've been both involved. I think they're gonna wanna get it done. Iran wants to get it done and they have to get back to business. And the relationship is now normalized. It's pretty documented. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says. It won't have one to buy, to develop. It will not have a nuclear weapon.
And Republican Senator Bill Henry from the Foreign Relations Committee, it's great to have you. Here's what Senator John Thune said yesterday about members one.
Yeah, so we'll see what when there is checks out there, I'm guessing there'll be a high level of interest among our members.
Do you have more insight into it, given your committee position?
They certainly I spoke to the White House last night. We're
5 ammo. 5 ammo.
The content on Friday, I think there's been a massive amount of misreporting. It's been amazing.
You've made it to 6.
You're willing to run with it.
Great job. Incredible.
I got discussion, I should say, not a brief, but the discussion I had with those.
2012.
Last night, certainly, we're moving in the right direction.
Oh, that would be that kind of amount of money. Paycheck better be in billions.
This isn't at all like the JCPOA. If you think about it, President Obama actually paid.
Paycheck better be in billions on the next job.
You think about what President Trump has done? He's put the Iranian nuclear program at the bottom of the mountain. He's put their navy at the bottom of the sea. He's terminated their ability to maintain control of their airspace. It's a fundamentally different.
And that's it. Let's check it out.
American dollar will go into this, and not even Iranian money.
So we got Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Golden Freddy. Wait, there are no jump scares.
He thinks the Iranians are moving in the right direction. Every incentive is in place for them to do that, and if they don't, they're going to find their economy devastated even further, and consequences will be even greater. So I think we're in a fundamentally different place. I feel very positive about where we're going.
Damn.
My hat's off to President Trump because instead of funding it,
Have to not do shit in order to be jump scared by either one of them.
exactly stopping terrorism.
One of the things about communications is that, I take your point, that you run on the information that you have, right? There's been this opaqueness when it comes to this memorandum of understanding. So we'll maybe get more details before Friday, like the vice president apparently going to go and stop.
Wow.
Democrat on his thoughts on it.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe they're still, jousting. They're happening again with some of the world economy has been hurting. I think they only said they hurt and we've lost troops whose lives never should have lost.
The other thing is that.
Okay, let's start with jump scare 1.
That the price of oil is coming down quite a bit. Stock market is up today, but it could take a while for Americans to see those gas prices come down. We put up here the national gas average at $4.06, but it's headed in the right direction for consumers. What are you hearing from folks at home?
That's certainly the case.
Penny and Carrier right there.
With my colleague's previous statement, the notion that this didn't need to happen is absolutely false. If you look at the pace with which Iran was building up its ballistic missiles,
They're going there to a random hall. Stage, random hall, office. So far.
The math was clear, and it was time to act, and we absolutely need to act. Otherwise, Iran would have been in a position to hold the rest of the world hostage. You can imagine what they could do. They had nuclear capabilities. We've only seen what they've done here in the past months. This absolutely needs to be done. The world will be a safer place once this is in position.
Right, Senator, thank you for joining us today. We'll see what details we get right now.
Thank you so much.
It's really a very big moment in the race. And right now, gas is inevitable. Whether it's an expectation of 79 years, you just plow your life. We're now entering an era where lifespan may begin extending longer than our horizon.
Okay, now we're closing in on the anti-aging shot. There's new research, something that could be a major breakthrough. It's a whole. You have a potentially deadly food allergy linked to tick bites. What you need to know is we head first into the summertime.
Come on.
What I said. 250 years ago, a nation born in revolution, founded by an idea of freedom. That one simple
Declaration.
Took us to places we never dreamed of.
From 13 small colonies
To 50 United States.
Fledgling Republic,
The leader of the free world. Not always agree.
Dear God.
free.
To disagree. America isn't just a place, it's an idea.
Wait, why did I say dear God?
Like, oh, bring back here. We're stronger with time.
America 250 Fox News Channel. America is watching.
Coming to the stage this Friday, it's Ned's first team karaoke night. But he's wondering,
What if my flaky red plaque psoriasis takes center stage?
they do you differently.
But Tesla is a pill that treats plaque psoriasis even in hard to treat areas. You can get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking. Doctors have been prescribing the Tesla for over 10 years. Don't use it Tesla if you're allergic to it. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting, depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss can happen. Tell your doctor if any of these occur and if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts.
With a Tesla, clear skin could be your gem. Struggling on topics? Ask your doctor about a Tesla.
They say tennis is great for remembering you can customize and save hundreds of car insurance for living in Insulin.
say what I got.
Only pay for what you need.
You live long enough and you start to see patterns. Every year, someone claims they found the answer. A new formula, a new shortcut, a new miracle. But somehow, the same truths always remain. Eat your fruits and vegetables. Take care of your body. Stay consistent. There's a reason that true wisdom endures. Because inside those fruits and vegetables are natural chemicals and compounds that work together synergistically in a way your body understands and knows how to use. These are called phytonutrients. Balance of Nature supplements complement a healthy diet rich in whole fruits and vegetables. Simple, familiar, reliable, not bad, to support your body recognizes. Advocates for healthier living, experts in phytonutrition. Fight the good fight with Balance of Nature. Learn more at balanceofnature.com.
There's no one better than my dad. He always has something on the griddle. What do you get for the best dad?
Well, backyard almost every his favorite members. Your dad, Blackstone, this Father's Day. Visit BlackstoneProducts.com all your nearest retailers. Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different fund lines, settings, advice. At Union, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. We bring support to the USA. Exclusive discounts on new IDs and accessories for service with back openings and every single.
Well, now we're 6 years into the future, apparently. Future!
There's no better time than now to replace those old
Yes, fuck yes.
Everyone is looking to cut costs where they can. And just by replacing your windows with new energy-efficient windows, you can save big on your cooling and heating costs.
Right now, buy one window, get 30% off. But if you call by Thursday, it's
I admit it.
We've arranged with our banks for low payments or no interest financing. All of our windows are American made and backed by our famous lifetime warranty.
Call PJ Fitzpatrick today to get started on your window project.
What is Toyota affordable?
Pascali.
Body smart. Right
It's
now, Toyota has special low APR and lease
Pascal.
Corolla and Corolla Cross. It means driving for less with up to 42 mpg and four-wheel drive Corolla Cross Hybrid and up to 50 mpg and a Corolla Hybrid sedan. And you save more down the road with Toyota being the KBB Best Resale Value brand. Toyota affordability. Buy smart. Drive for less.
No, it's just.
Let's go places. challenge is a standard of what comes standard. With the next generation GMC Terrain Elevation, we choose to challenge. We challenge to eliminate. Current eligible lessees can get this home under lease on this 2026 Terrain Elevation for around $299 per month. We are professional grade.
Oh.
Good news, a potential breakthrough in the science of aging. A Boston biotech startup injecting its first human patient with a shot designed to make cells act younger. The treatment is meant to target eye disease, announced Vermont has the details from Washington.
Yeah, Dan, this is a milestone FDA human trial aimed at reversing age-related vision loss. This treatment is injected directly into the eye. And
5 years ago? Wow.
Experimental gene therapy called ER100 works to essentially clean up the instructions that DNA provides to cells, helping the cells remember how to function as they once did, say, back when you were a teenager. Life Biosciences is the company doing this. Co-founder Dr. David Sinclair writes, our research has suggested that aging is driven in large part by the loss of epigenetic, not irreversible damage. So the idea is that if that information provided to the cells can be safely reprogrammed, human disease and aging could be reversed. And if this trial goes well, scientists will likely jump to find where else in the body it could work.
We're now entering an era where lifespan may begin extending longer than our horizons imagine. 1995, 100, 20, 30, where at some point we say, are we the first generation who are going to die?
Right, so that's a question that tech entrepreneur and longevity advocate Brian Johnson has dedicated his life to, and others are catching on. Major U.S. investors are entering this longevity realm, this space. They're all catching on too. And according to the Wall Street Journal, Russian President Vladimir Putin has embarked on a $26 billion quest for longevity. The report notes that Russian scientists are actively working on developments such as gene therapy, like we were talking about, but also 3D printed organs data.
All right, Alex, thank you.
So Dr. Gabrielle Ryan is a board-certified family physician with us. You were listening.
I have a runny nose. What the fuck?
Drug gene therapy potentially has reversed biological decay. Again, typically.
Why are you still printing on this? You said for me to stop printing. No, you're printing random papers. Oh, why?
Who signs up and says, I'll give it a shot? So right now, we're in the first clinical trial, and there's 12 people. So I believe that it would take some time. However, if this works, it is going to transform human history.
Well, we were looking at this Pew survey that shows 40% of adults take at least one step to look down again. I'm not going to be a lot higher. 4 to 10, but that's what they found. There is another story here about sunscreen in your ear that's used in Europe that needs to get approved here. Put up number 2 here.
Phenotrizanol.
Got it. And so I'm looking at a screen. What do you know about this?
Phenotrizanol is kind of a 2-in-1. It helps with both UVA and UVB protection, and it's been around for the last 20 years in other countries like Asia and Europe, but it hasn't become popular or available.
There's a shadow on the wall. Stay calm. Stay calm.
However,
There's a figure in the wall. Stay calm. Stay calm.
so we can start buying it.
My wits and stay alive. Wish I had my fire.
Potentially August, but maybe later.
A stranger in my soul. Stay calm. Stay calm.
So it's less absorbed. And when we think about
Okay. Whatever this is.
not all that white.
It's just a short jump scare with a lot of visual.
This is the other story that's got our attention, and that is that apparently when you get a tick bite, there's a possibility that you could end up allergic to meat. It's called alpha-gal syndrome, and about 1 in 6
Fuck you, bitch man.
have been affected. What do you know about this, and how can we prevent this from happening? This is a bite by the Lone Star tick, and the tick is in Texas. That's right. They do it big in Texas. But what's so interesting is that when this takes like a
That
normal,
print out?
compare it
Huh?
to a piece of sugar.
That recipe print out?
It's that sugar to a human.
Yeah.
Let me have it, please.
We can no longer eat red meat or anything with hair, and it, yes, it shows up in my arms, but actually.
It did. Oh.
With gastrointestinal syndrome.
Well, what's not printing out?
And,
I don't know, because you're printing too much.
A lot of cases here in New York, Long Island's near populated.
It is.
Massive.
It is.
It carries a stiff linen.
What I think is happening is that we're recognizing it more. And there was a survey by the CDC, and 42% of healthcare providers had never even heard of alcohol. And when I first saw it 10 years ago, I didn't know the name of it, but it is increasing and now.
Just the. One night at Bradley's. Who's this?
To watch in today's DC mayoral primary, Democratic Socialist Denise Lewis-Ford, our platform is just like New York City Mayor.
Freddy from Last Night at Freddy's.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got it.
I forgot what that was, and that's just it.
5 years. It was USPS Ground Advantage. We're back to stay in our secure network. Door to door, nationwide. Full visibility. Video real-time tracking. Affordable pricing for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
When dry eyes halt your hustle, every preservative-free drop delivers up to 10 hours of relief to help you keep going. Relief with every blink. You install this?
Even then, a few screws left over. It's important. It's not worth compromising. That's why the farmers need quality and savings. We are farmers. Spring. It's time to run it. Run it until the grass becomes a lawn. Until the head becomes up. Run it again.
Maybe my son needles during an allergic reaction is too much. So he said, I love that beat. The only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use it. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy, or visit getneffy.com to learn more. Today's weather is more unpredictable than ever. You can get away from this weather, but your house can't. If you don't have the right windows and doors, you're just pushing your luck. Renewal by Anderson is the nation's best window and door replacement solution. We don't just build our own windows, we actually make our own window frame material. It's designed for extreme weather with the strength and insulation of wood and the low maintenance of vinyl. We call it Fibrex material, but you might as well call it magic. Why? Because our windows won't warp like vinyl. They're not going to rot like wood, and they're certainly not going to corrode like aluminum. Maybe they are magic. Ta-da! Right now, you can lock in some amazing financing. Get no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Now, let's talk about installation, because this is where things can take that turn. And you don't want that headache. You know who installed our windows? We do. Our certified master installers are true craftsmen with years of experience. Remember, we're the replacement window division of Anderson. And Anderson's been around for over 120 years. We are not going anywhere. The other guys? Yeah, sometimes they disappear, especially if things go wrong. We will answer the phone, and we will come out if there's ever a problem. Protect your home from all this crazy weather and pay nothing for 1 year. That's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. Scan the QR code or call us at 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
Doctors say having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care and pharmacy at home. Let's bring in Dr. McCullough to explain more.
Most people know when they're getting sick, but waiting to see a doctor is often too late.
So the key is having medicines before you need them.
Yes, and it includes doctor-prescribed medicines to treat common and serious issues like generic Z-Pak, amoxicillin, antibiotics, antivirals for flu, pneumonia, strep, ear and sinus infections, UTIs, and more.
So it is like having an urgent care at home.
Exactly. No waiting, no pharmacy, no co-pays. You feel better faster and avoid serious complications and hospitalizations.
How do you know what to take?
Just match your symptoms to the doctor-written guide or schedule a quick telehealth consultation.
Great advice. I understand ordering is fast online. And we put the website and $45 off code on the screen. Thank you, doctor.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA, promo code USA.
What's fucking mind-boggling? What level of mind-boggling do you think that is? What level of mind-boggling? I don't see no mind-boggling. This doesn't boggle at all.
The Republican Senate race is on the ballot. Trump backed Congressman
Like that fucker has completely lost his mind.
Julie has the governor's endorsement. And on the governor's line, the ticket President Trump picked Lieutenant Governor Burke Jones and billionaire Rick Jackson. Polls close tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll see what happens.
Fucker has really lost it.
For our young people is dangerous. It is dangerous because we have federal troops who are in our city. We have ICE agents who are in our city. And these are the people enforcing this law on young people. And these are not individuals who are trained in de-escalation. My fight is also a stand up to this Trump administration because I recognize that we need someone who's going to understand that complying in advance is not a strategy.
Okay, now there is a race for the mayor of Washington, D.C. Muriel Bowser will not seek the fourth term. What you heard there was Denise Lewis George. She's the Democratic Socialist on the agenda. She's pushing to win this primary. This is Kenyon McDuffie, considered a more moderate Democrat. Seems to be the all-time favorite, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes now. Denise Lewis George's policies sound a lot like what we've been through here in New York, and maybe a little bit of what we're seeing in Los Angeles, okay? Here we go. End the cooperation with ICE, part of her plan. Do not extend the youth curfews in Washington, D.C. Free buses, stabilized rent. Then you create car-free areas in Washington. How that goes, not quite sure. You got city-owned grocery stores, and you got university childcare. That's the DSA platform. I want to bring in a guest right now to talk about this today with me, Democrat Fox Contributor Richard Ballard. Richard, nice to see you again. And a Republican strategist, Colin Reed, also the co-founder of Southern Hill Strategy. Gentlemen, the Wall Street Journal editorial board says Washington, D.C. may get a Mamdani moment. That's the headline. Richard, is that where they're going in the nation's capital?
I think we're going to have to wait to see until tonight. I do think that District of Columbia is a lot different than New York or Chicago. And one of the reasons is D.C. does not have state, and we do not have a governor. And thus, we have a lot of control by the United States Congress. I think what we saw that like this was last year, where U.S. Congress had $1.3 billion in locally raised U.S. D.C. tax dollars from the District of Columbia. And it's a big voter when they go to the polls tonight. Understand that this is really more than just one candidate versus the other. This is how do you live in a city that sort of has to deal with the Trump of it all. And Trump's going to take back D.C. He's not necessarily lying here, and voters understand that. They'll take that with them to the polls, understand that both these candidates agree a lot on many issues.
Okay, all right, we'll see how that. It's neither one Democrat or Republican, right?
So on the council?
No, not one. Democratic voters for every single. I think 30%. Is it a college?
That sounds better.
Yeah, Bill, I'll save you the suspense. You don't need the billboards to know that we're not going to get a Republican mayor here in D.C. So residents like me who are worried about crime, especially of all those issues you mentioned, the Democratic frontrunner for mayor is someone who supported the defund the police policies of 2020. Bill, this city right now, it's alive. It's popping. We've got tourists here. We've got the fountains are flowing. The reflecting pool is reflecting. The last thing we need to do is go back
Ouch.
to a time when crime is rampant, homicides at 20-year high, carjackings doubled, and people couldn't walk down the street or anywhere without having to fear for their safety. So that's the thing that concerns me the most of all the things that you just mentioned. But you mentioned it, Bill. DSA candidates, they're coming to a city near you, so buckle up.
Okay, Richard, do you notice a difference in your hometown going to DC? Is it a better standard of living?
Look, I will say this. I think what you've seen over the past 3 terms of Muriel Bowser is she steadied this city. Part of that is youth intervention. Part of that is using the rec centers to decrease crime in this city. I do not think the National Guard and Walmart had as much of an effect as Donald Trump likes to tote. I think the reason why you see crime go down the city is everything to do. You see more community policing. You see more interaction with young people. You see more outreach from our parks.
Freddy.
But Richard Collins just said the reflecting fools are reflecting again. There's also a big outreach movement there. I just said 91 Democrats and Republicans, those who live in Washington, D.C., believe it's a better place to live than any of us for now.
There's certainly, yes, in the last 6 years, but we're going in a very different direction now, Bill. And look, we signed up to live in a blue city. Unfortunately, you know, the economic pain that comes with it, the high tax rates, the endless regulations. People are leaving. People are fleeing places like Seattle and New York, and they're going to places that have more healthier business climate. But the public safety thing, that's what really concerns me, Bill, because you can walk around the city right now, and it's a great time. But if you start going backwards, if you start going back to the defund the police policies, if you start getting told that the only way to avoid carjacking is to slow down and drive in the middle lane, that's not good for anyone.
Okay, let me show you the map here. Here's where Democratic socialists have won the primary so far. The cycle, they're in dark blue on the map. They're in dark blue on the map. I said they're in dark blue on the map, and we'll see whether or not that continues in Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, I'm going to turn to the local race here in New York City. You know, you got the World Cup going on. You got America 250. I feel patriotic. I feel red, white, blue. You feel it? Yeah, I know. Colin, you feel it?
USA all the way.
Here we go. So here are 2 candidates running to be the next congressman or congresswoman from New York City. All right. Here's the question: World Cup. World Cup is here. The
Hey,
first.
Rick, this Raspberry Pizza. Who is this? Working at the night shift. I don't know. Shut up. This will take for a while. Okay, after I watch this. Okay, now go back to this. So shut the fuck up for a while. It's nice to meet ya. Hey, Rick, here's some Raspberry Pizza. Who is this? Working at the night shift. I don't know, but I don't think I like him. It goes in there, stay calm, finding the strength within, stay calm. If I learn one thing, it's that the service for the group is yours. You can see this, okay, you can.
See you guys.
It's only me, yeah, alright. Morning, something set me free. Alright. I spent 5 nights at Freddy's. Ace. Alright.
You ever came to mind? I would put one of your tins of Altoids in there. Let's see if they survive 50 years.
I guess it would, right? I've had a banana.
President of a now, but not very good. But you have a great time.
You brought up, thank you very much, David. Tell me what.
For the hour, all right? And I'm going to focus this next with John Roberts. Hi, John.
Thank you. Good morning. Stop cold. FBI Director Cash Patel used those words to describe the quick-thinking action of agents and other law enforcement to prevent a planned attack on the White House again.
This is the Faulkner Focus. Good morning, I'm John Roberts, Super Harris. DC officials told Fox News that the UFC Freedom 250 event in DC this week was the target of a two-wave terror plot. The FBI arrested multiple people across several states, including two in California, with conspiracy to commit murder. About 85,000 tickets were made available for fans to watch the event at the 52-acre Ellipse Park just south of the White House. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance earlier on Fox.
This is a very, very dark stuff. This is what happens when people turn the rhetoric up so loud that disagreeing with somebody is a cause for violence. That's the place that we've come to, unfortunately. I think a lot of my Democratic colleagues in Washington got
Awesome.
here and say, why is so much of this political violence coming from our side of the spectrum?
No.
Maybe they can do something different.
Justice Correspondent David Scott following the story. He's here in Washington. Good morning. John, good morning to you.
I spent 5 nights at Freddy's. Okay, no. It's boring. It's boring! Ah!
A teenager is facing charges in Ohio. John, around 4,300 people were in attendance for UFC 250, including 1,200 service members. Investigators felt the alleged.
Just insert random jump scares. Then you'd get it. Do I? No.
A pre-staged sniper team, a quote second wave, was allegedly planning to storm the White House once.
Do I get it?
They told investigators to go with
No.
the leaks are billionaires or politicians who received donations from the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, known as AIPAC. Now, in Ohio, a 19-year-old named Tyson Cropper, according to multiple sources, was taken into custody. Authorities say that he allegedly spent $3,000 of his graduation money to purchase ammunition, guns, and magazines for the alleged attack in California. Two men, Brian Roa and Michael Allen Thomas, were arrested and, as I mentioned, appeared in court yesterday. Authorities had 23 people on the list as part of a potential network of alleged plotters. And there is more. Investigators uncovered encrypted chats on cell phones where people allegedly discussed attacking a UFC event. And one of the people in the chat identified some 23 users discussing what's called pre-operational activity. And some, John, allegedly planned to travel to Fredericksburg, Virginia, just south of Washington, D.C., a day or two before the fight to prepare for the alleged attack. As we go on throughout the day, more of these court documents are going to be unsealed. We're told that we will find out more about the names and the people behind this alleged plot that, as I said when I joined you, thankful never materialized. John. Yeah, thankfully this thing got rolled up before it got put into play. David Scott, get back to us if you get more. Thanks so much. Thanks, Paul Harker, former FBI special agent, Fox News contributor, joins us now. I guess it's pretty clear to Cole that every time President Trump hosts some kind of an event, it's going to be a potential target.
You're exactly right, John, and this was no different. And thank goodness for the FBI, the Secret Service, and all of local law enforcement that assisted in this daunting task. I think what's important to note is that events of this magnitude is not expected. Law enforcement is on edge. The intel community is on edge, and they are looking for those tips to come in. And in this particular incident, my understanding is that a relative heard a family member speaking about their desire to carry out nefarious acts in Washington, D.C., and they reported that to law enforcement. So we say over and over, if you see something, say something. In this instance, they did say something. And because of the FBI, the Secret Service, and the Trump administration and local law enforcement, they acted on it swiftly. The FBI and law enforcement learned of it on June 10th. The event was on June 14th. Allegedly, again, people had planned to go to Fredericksburg, Virginia to do pre-planning. And it was extensive planning that went into this cycle. But again, if you see something, it is your responsibility to speak up, because we cannot have the types of incidents terrorizing our country.
Eat it.
UFC 250 is an iconic event. The targeting of the location was
Oh.
honoring our country's 250th birthday. Like they said, billionaires were.
Well, I talked to somebody earlier about that. I had to cancel my
Boom.
airplane since I have another appointment.
Do that, no.
And I already had this one.
Oh.
And I'll be gone all next week. So I told him I'd call him back when I came back. So if you could cancel that one, and then after I get the ear thing done, I'll call and make another appointment. Okay, I'll do that. All right, thank you. Bye. Never.
Allegedly. Of interest. I know our Zuckerberg was capitalism was at the top of the list. That thing is these people that want to terrorize our country, they make it and create chaos.
Aye. Boom. Bam.
And murder.
Yeah, let's not forget too that 4,300 people were actually at the event at the White House in the White House grounds. There were tens of thousands more. Safeguarding the president and every person under secret. In the days leading up to this weekend, our special agent, mission support personnel, and technical security teams worked around the clock to identify those responsible and over the cancellation. This plot was uncovered on June the 10th. That's just 4 days before this event took place. Can you imagine if it had gone missed?
Well, again, the plot was quite extensive, in my opinion. They planned to first use, drones with explosives to attack nearby buildings in the vicinity, and then they knew that would cause a mass evacuation, and then they were going to do the sniper act and probably target as many people as they could in the mass evacuation, and then they planned to storm the actual.
No.
Chat with 23 individuals. Let's see what happens.
No.
Come into the conspiracy. Court records will be unveiled. We will get more information, and there is no end to this. FBI, Secret Service, they will continue to do a full investigation.
Puzzle. It's not a fucking puzzle.
They try to inflict us.
Huh?
Pain on those who are literally celebrating the freedom of America and our 250th birthday.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, 5 people in custody so far, 23 apparently, if not more.
Oh.
Plus, I expected more arrests are yet to come. Nicole Parker for us this morning. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's the things underway. Deadly crash of a B-52 bomber in California. Plumes of smoke and charred ground marked the spot where the military plane went down yesterday, just after takeoff. This happened at Edwards Air Force Base. Officials say it was on a routine test flight mission. All 8 people on board were killed. Our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, the latest for us here at DC.
Hi, John. Well, the B-52 bomber crashed 15 minutes after takeoff. Then immediately after takeoff, crashed and burst into the city, into an aircraft initially flew northeast at around 11:10 a.m. Gradually.
Ooh, colors.
Northwest and plunging at a rate of more than 5,000 feet per minute and crashing on the airfield at about 11:20 a.m. Video captured by local news stations showed a smoldering blackened crash site on the airfield where the plane went down. The bomber typically carries a crew of 5, but 8 people, as you mentioned, were on board this aircraft, including the military crew, government civilians, and 2 Boeing employees. Families of those 8 are currently being notified. The B-52 first entered service in 1955. And was last built in 1962, but it remains a key part of the U.S. military.
The creature is not permitted to be here on word of copyright issues. Limited.
Nuclear bombs. The service has about 70 B-52s remaining in its inventory. Most are based at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana and Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, and some are kept at Edwards for testing. Monday's crash would mark the first B-52 crash since one of the bombers crashed in Guam in May 2016. Edwards, north of Los Angeles, is the Air Force's primary base to test and develop new aircraft and weapons. The crash is under investigation, and emergency response personnel remain on the scene. Operations at the base, John, have been terminated due to the investigation and the runway not being usable at this time. John.
Hopefully locking things in place. Amenity for the rest of the century has been corrupted. What? Chris Netherton. The Netherton.
The president with this answer for those demanding to know what's in.
That's great document. Here's what it says. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's what it says. It won't have one. Goodbye. to develop.
Who the hell is Uncle Gravy?
Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, former deputy commander.
Oh, dog. Oh, dog. What?
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down, and I felt like I was struggling to go with my gardening. I knew when I started taking medicine for that death, it was going to be a lifestyle. Not only that, you more regular, but
If you're a veteran, own a home, and not changed, here's good news. Your service to your country earned you the right to apply for a home loan that's VA guaranteed. And the New Day 100 VA cash out loan lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value. With a conventional loan, you can only borrow 80%. New Day veterans are taking out an average of $83,000. That's me. By tapping into the value you've built up in your home, you can pay off your car loan and credit cards and lower your
Dog.
thousands a year.
What?
We don't have to afford the VA. We can say yes when banks say no. Call 1-888-928-2089. When you have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet, even the finger. As a retired actor, you survive. Survival.
Oh, dog.
Survive also.
What? I clipped it. I clipped it. Blech. Thanks, I hated that.
I had over 47,000
Ruffles.
And you could take little care of myself. The debt was just something I couldn't fix on my own. Whether it's credit card, medical,
1,297.
can help you to become debt free. National debt relief reduced my debt by over $27,000. When you can get out of debt and not improve. Call or visit gontr.com to get started. Chevy Silverado drivers will do a lot in the next 5 years. For their families, for their communities. There's one thing they won't do. Pay interest.
It's also a reference to the FNF mod. Jeffy's Infinite Irida.
Take on new adventures. Make new memories. And leave interest.
Mother Shaka.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Businesses in small towns grew more than 30% selling on Amazon, like Blue Track. Amazon helped me reach customers across the country. Good clients right. Small businesses grow on Amazon.
Morning, honey.
How are you looking at today, sweetheart?
Nothing working or something.
What's your plan? It's me, it's your
Ugh.
There's one firm insurance companies don't want to see. Call Bob Hockey today.
Fresh cut slim. Why? This is another unfinished page.
Mazda is the safest new car brand in America.
I do not like it.
I like that.
This is another unfinished page. Why? Why are there so many unfinished fucking pages?
But you do.
I think this guy looks like Charmex.
Mazda.
I don't know. The page was never finished. I'm so tired of fixing these damn pages. Please get someone else to do it.
G7 summit in France today. His peace deal with Iran taking center stage. The president says that deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, end our blockade of Iranian ports, and begin 60 days of the regime's nuclear program. Both countries set to officially sign it on Friday. It continues to look like it's on track.
The Institute for the Study of War says U.S. and Iranian sources appear to have diverging interpretations.
What? Wallet.
And the next phase of negotiations.
Oh.
The U.S. believes Iran will let ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz without paying tolls. But Iran reportedly plans to charge them. And Iran thinks the U.S. will free some of its assets right away, but America is any money is completely Iran implements the deal. There are also possible sticking points in Iran's weapons and support for terror proxies in the region. President Trump on his main focus.
The biggest thing is they will not have it. That's the reason I got in. And that's the reason I agreed to sign. And we originally had one of those, they originally wrote that we will not develop it. I said, no, you're not going to develop it. You're not going to buy it. They will not develop, purchase, buy, or anything like that. They're not going to require a nuclear weapon. If they do, all hell will break down.
City White House correspondent Peter Newsey in Geneva, Switzerland for us. Hi, Peter.
John, while we wait here in Switzerland with the rest of the world for the text of this memorandum of understanding, President Trump is saying you don't have to take my word for it that it's a good deal. Just look at the Strait of Hormuz.
Ships are starting to move.
Both of them seem to disappear. Wow.
Starting to move nicely. Oil is starting to go, and the prices are coming down rapidly. Stock markets are going up rapidly. A lot of good things are happening. Most importantly, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
The president also posted Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. Also, but the U.S. is paying $300 million for fake news put out by the Democrats. Well, that's very nuanced because Vice President Vance has said $300 billion in a reconstruction fund is something that is on the table.
No.
But the money would not come from Gulf. The money would be coming from Gulf partners and not from the U.S. The U.S. would basically just talk Gulf countries into paying Iran not to nuke them or close the Strait of Hormuz.
There was some statement we're going to spend $300 billion. We're going to have to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful when they have oil. But if we left a week ago, just left, before the last two attacks, it would have taken them 20 years to rebuild it. So, but I'll go over the document with the media in a couple of days.
And President Trump says now that Iran is in the rear view mirror, he's giving more attention to the war in Ukraine. That is a big one for the other G7 members. He met with Vladimir Zelensky today, and he said he thinks that Russia needs to make a deal, John.
No, that would be a good thing. Get those two off the battlefield. Peter Newsey in Geneva. Peter, thank you. On this show, Vice Admiral Robert Harlan, former Deputy Commander, U.S. Senate, not retired U.S. Navy, and member of the Iran Policy Project with Jinx. Admiral, great to have you with us today. Typically, we find you in Abu Dhabi or somewhere else in the Middle East. Today, you're not there. But what's your thinking on where we are with this memorandum of understanding?
First, John, I certainly say my hearts and prayers go out to the families of those servicemen killed in that B-52 crash. It just reinforces how dangerous the profession is, not just at war, but while they're training and preparing for war. So I have to say that first. And then second, this is more about strategy right now than the deal. The president understands how important money is to Iran, and he understands how important the straits are in international commerce. So he wants to get that commerce going now. And once he's been able to clear out all those ships that have been held at anchor in the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf for the last 100 days, and they're free and clear out, gone, then everyone understands the risk they come back coming back into the Gulf. But at that point, then the president can go right back to where we are today in a matter of moments. So if the Iranians think they're going to dally or not, which I doubt they will, I doubt they concede anything regarding their nukes. They're sort of gets like they're funding, but if they tally and he senses that we could go back to where we're going today, but he'll allow all the European international ships that were held hostage by Iran to be outside of the Gulf. So this is very good strategy.
Yeah, I think that the Iranians are banking on the idea that President Trump doesn't really want to go back to full-born military kinetic operations, and they'll try to use that to their advantage. I don't know if they'll be able to or not, though. There's a lot of talk about what's in the memorandum of understanding, a lot of Democratic criticism, even though they don't know. President Trump, when he was at G7 yesterday, earlier today, said that he's considering giving the press access to the memorandum of understanding so that everybody can see what's inside. Listen what he said.
I will actually, now release it. I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word, so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine was a wall against a nuclear weapon. You're going to see these people say, "But we already have one." This was, he paid a fortune for it, we paid nothing.
So what do you think what the president's saying?
President Trump has been the most transparent, open, almost open community president we've ever had. So I think it would play out very well for him to share that information. At the same time, he's kept deception, kept on enemies, and even on public not knowing what he was going to do. So that OPSEC, operational security, has no intelligence. Everyone is big dividends and all of this. And you're seeing both of them play. But back to the check powers you talked about. The difference now is we know we're taking out the cascades. We know it's going to be tough to get that material. And we're financially strangulated. So all those change the dynamics of the dramatically. But at the end of the day, it's about the money. So controlling that money and not releasing or giving any benefit to Iran until we've accomplished all those objectives, be it recovery of the nuclear material, no financial surrogates, all those things, again, very sound strategy. And I think if we're able to see that, that may be more apparent to everyone.
Yeah, and in terms of funding, I mean, there's a big pot that's dangling up there, a very huge carrot, some $300 billion in funds would be funded by Gulf countries to rebuild and improve Iran's infrastructure. But that's all going to be performance-based, and Iran will not get it done with it unless it fundamentally changes. Here's what the vice president said earlier.
Not a single cent of American money goes to Iran. Not $300 billion, not $24 billion, not any of the money, the dollar figures that I've seen floating around. Maybe Qatar or the UAE or Saudi Arabia, maybe they want to invest in Iran and build a power plant. The United States, our approach to that is going to be, yeah, you can do that so long as the Iranians are behaving properly. But if they don't behave properly, they don't get any of the benefits of this bargain. And so you see the propagandists are saying, here are all the things Iran gets. And the fine print, which is actually the big print in the actual agreement, is they don't get any of that stuff unless they totally transform themselves as a country.
Unless they totally transform themselves as a country. Senior administration official told us in a briefing last week that this deal is aimed to fundamentally change Iran's relationship with the rest of its Gulf neighbors and the rest of the world, and its funding for terror boxes, quick making a mess of the Middle East and everywhere else. But that would cut against nearly 50 years of history, and a leopard doesn't change its spots.
You're exactly right, Doug. You're not going. End state does not happen until you have the regime or the government in Iran renounce the whole core principles of the Islamic Revolution and then guarantee all those programs and policies, the nuclear material weapons program, the missiles and drones, the funding of their surrogates, until they renounce and guarantee all of that.
you're not gonna have long-term stability and security, and they shouldn't get foreign pennies from anything. But if you have a government that renounces those policies and ensures revenue gets gone into the development and recovery of the nation of Iran, then that would be a sound approach. And it should cut everyone's funding out. It would be unfreezing those assets. But until you have a government in place that agrees and guarantees all those things, not one penny should go to the regime because it would be counterproductive. We will see how it goes. Vice Admiral Robert Howard going to be to join us today. We'll see you again soon. Just see you soon, John. I appreciate that. Well, the rise of artificial intelligence has given the title of the latest Toy Story sequel a whole new meaning and sparking a nationwide debate when so many kids have their own tablets before the age of 5. What does that mean for how their emotions and imaginations develop? Plus, in Washington, D.C., about to have its own mom's dying moment, a meeting.
Gumball looks like a withered Freddy.
So far left. President Trump says if she's elected, he'll take over the district. Which should
No arms.
Capital to be run by a bunch of communists and run
Endoson.
visitors not welcome.
Hey, friends and neighbors, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Live Refi. Did you know that
Free.
when you invest in Live Refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest from 1 to 5 years? Spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs, and you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income, reinvest it. Whatever you choose. That's right, Harley. When you invest in Live Refi, your interest is calculated daily and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST or log on to invest@liverefi.com. That's invest@liverefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures they really Live Refi, investing in America's future.
There are things you can do every day to take care of your brain. Exercising, eating well, getting good sleep, staying mentally active, and staying connected with friends and family are all great for your brain. Prevagen can help supplement these good habits because it's made for your brain. Add Prevagen to your daily routine and give your brain the care it deserves. Prevagen for your brain.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Rover here with Micah Smith. I'm going to go right now. So you really work with the customers to find affordable solutions.
We do it. Whether replacement window division of the Anderson. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts and better financing with smaller companies or contractors.
Other window companies don't offer your same window or door installation method.
Our installers have installed thousands of windows. Our windows are manufactured. Specific window. Being custom built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most iron windows.
And you offer a free window and patio door diagnosis.
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing leaking, and take measurements. Then we'll give you an exact price look.
So you're not a high pressure company.
My background is in whole remodeling as a carpenter.
Franken celery!
So now I just want to help you make
Guys, I don't really think you should eat your vegetables now.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
They are, and they're engineered to easily open and close for years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
That's so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before June 30th, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. And our financing can help make this project more affordable. With no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call today to schedule your appointment. Don't wait. Call 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
I can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that. Tell me if you can hear this.
It's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Blue Way. Our superior expertise is backed by licensed professionals that take the time to get to know you and your needs. Book your free test. Call 1-800-317-4275. Your care is on us. From your first hearing test to free unlimited servicing, cleanings, and checkups. We utilize
5 Nights with Freddy Beyond.
offering nearly invisible designs to AI technology. Try risk-free. Call 1-800-317-4275.
Goddess, pick up!
Call 1-800-317-4275.
Hey, Buttle, although we're buying this critical piece.
Iggy. Fuck you. Fuck you.
When your home needs work, where do you go? Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie.
Load game. New game.
You get all the jobs done well.
Angie, I would trust you find the ones you trust.
It's high stakes primary day in the nation's capital. 7 Democrat candidates running to succeed Washington, D.C.'s outgoing mayor, Muriel Bowser. And one of them getting a lot of attention. It's Democratic socialist Janice Lewis George. Like Zoran Mamdani in New York City, her far-left positions include backing city-owned grocery stores. She also wants universal health care, universal child care, social housing, and expanded rights. She opposes juvenile curfews and evicting tenants deemed dangerous. Co-sponsored a bill to let non-citizens vote in local elections. International correspondent Rich Hansen reported from Washington. Rich.
Good morning, John. Well, Washington, D.C.'s registered Democrats are likely choosing the next mayor of the District of Columbia. It is primary day here in D.C., and usually the winner of the Democratic primary goes on to win the general election in the one of the leading candidates is council member and Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis George. She is among the most progressive members on a very progressive D.C. council. She stopped at a polling location up in Northwest D.C. today and again campaigned against President Trump's threats to assert more federal control over D.C. if she wins.
Listen, the people of DC elect the mayor of DC, not Donald Trump, not anyone else, right? I'm excited.
Are you
people
fucking?
who will stand up to Trump, who understands that we're not getting ice off our streets by hearing, who understands that we are not going to fight for our autonomy.
Her top opponent is former
Autonomy.
Kenny McDuffie. He says he'd also oppose
Autonomy.
but he is willing to work with the federal government. When he shows the vote, he's argued he has a far better approach to crime than his opponent.
I think that my primary opponent doesn't have the experience that I bring when it comes to keeping the city safe. And make sure the consequences happen swiftly and certainly is really important when it comes to keeping Washington, D.C. safe.
Now, on addressing those teen takeovers that we've seen in Washington, D.C., McDuffie says he supports a curfew. Lewis George says she does not.
Rich Hansen Force with the latest on stage.
We survived 5 seconds. Ham.
Strategist and Margaret Harper, former Democratic Ohio Senate candidate. Margaret, let's start with you because I was told by
Ham.
was just a unique, singular phenomenon in New York City, and we weren't going to see anything like this across the country. It's happening all over the world.
Just have a different description of what this wave is about. It's about the fact that people are sick of people in office, in government, from Democrats, Republicans, whatever.
No.
Doing anything. That aren't really responding to what their issues are on the ground. And I think one of the reasons why we're seeing Janice get this type of traction is, for example, what she did yesterday. She proposed a 10-point plan to lower utility costs, taking on some of the data centers, big tech that's making money, while regular people are paying for it, taking on utility profits from a lot of these monopolies. And so, I mean, I think the commonality there again is being responsive to what the people in their district or cities are saying,
And that's going to continue to be a trend regardless of what party or how long somebody has been in office.
All right, so people are upset with the status quo. The question is socialism the answer to this? Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and a former Democratic strategist Evan Barker have this warning about the direction of the Democrat Party.
It's about this particular
FNAF turntables.
taking over the Democratic Party. And in fact,
Well, on the turntable.
they're taking it over.
I think the far left progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
The turntable.
Of the Democratic Party. There's going to be a wave of more Zoran Mondanis that pop up over the next couple of years.
Sally the Panda.
The Democratic Socialists of America, the Justice Democrats, and the Working Families Party together, they have endorsed 30 candidates this election cycle. Gabrielle, obviously, DSA and others have played elections for a long time, but this is gaining attraction. And I think a lot of Democrats are being taken or blacks out.
Of course, socialism is not the answer. I mean, I think it's ridiculous to think that just because everyone's demanding more affordable housing prices and more affordable healthcare, that we need to go all the way left and seek policies that have proven throughout the world, throughout history, to fail miserably. Think about what you're incentivizing. Are we incentivizing hard work with socialism, or are we incentivizing handouts and laziness? I think when we want to get results, we need to start with the activism, and we need to focus on the things that are actually going to bring actual jobs and incentivize entrepreneurship, incentivize all the business-oriented policies, and have people meeting that have those results, not just more activism and empty promises.
So a lot of people are wondering, is this just about individual races, or is this a broader philosophical change in the Democratic Party? The Hill has a new opinion piece titled Schumer versus Sanders, a fight for the Democratic Party's identity, and argues, quote, when Sanders or Ocasio Cortez intervene, their candidates perform well, sometimes even forcing the establishment's chosen candidate out of the race entirely. Maine, for example. Taken together, it's clear that the 2026 midterms are shaping up to be a fight over individual seats. Rather, they have become an early indicator of what the Democratic Party actually stands for, and more important, who gets to define it into 2028. Morgan, is this just about winning seats, or is this a sea change in the Democratic Party?
I think we're seeing a sea change in American society, and here's what I mean by that. That a lot of people, again, I think it crosses these party lines, are fed up
No!
with some laziness of some of these large
No!
again, I'm going to stick with that example, that don't have to innovate anything.
No!
A lot of money, and where's that money coming from? It's coming from regular people of all parties. And so, yeah, I mean, I think this is a trend. I think the American people are kind of like up against a financial breaking point. A lot of small business owners that folks that I've talked to, that people are caring from, are saying we can't continue to stay in business as long as food is costing this much, as long as our employees aren't able to show up because they have a healthcare issue. And so it has a lot less to do, again, with party, a lot more to do with the fact that we have had corporate greed take over our society and government, and people are sick of it.
Gabrielle, last final words here. This seems to be shaping up to be an argument between free stuff on the left and then in the conservatives. It's opportunity.
I think we need to stop in success. I think, yes, we're up against some very important issues, but at the same time, wealth is being created at an unprecedented level. We see the concrete example of SpaceX and Elon Musk, people coming with millionaires, thousands of millionaires are being created.
Catch up with you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
California's first couple is calling foul on the Department of Justice. Governor Gavin Newsom says the president ordered an investigation into him and his wife, but sources tell us a very different story. Well, UK's Prime Minister announcing a sweeping social media ban for kids under 16.
The need for action could not be any clearer. Social media is making our children unhappy and unsafe.
And other countries are taking similar steps. Will the United States follow suit? Show caution in focus. Coming up next.
Some lawyers come, they say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for? And why would they say it all out? Well, let me tell you what AP Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the people. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and who sacrifice so much that they make the switch to Patriot Gold today. We support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter most.
Sensodyne is our first line of defense against sensitivity. When people are experiencing sensitivity, they're experiencing an exposed layer of the tooth. Sensodyne helps by creating a protective barrier on those areas. I love Sensodyne because it works.
What if you're sick at home or traveling and you can't get medical help with prescriptions? Doctors say a medical emergency kit is the answer. Joining me is Dr. Drew.
Thank you. And yes, these kits put you in charge of your health. They come with physician-prescribed medication to treat multiple common and some serious issues as well.
What are some examples?
Sure, generic Z-Pak, amoxicillin, other essential antibiotics and antivirals that treat flu, pneumonia, strep, ear infections, sinus infections, urinary tract infections, and more.
So it is like urgent care and a pharmacy at home?
Exactly. No waiting, no pharmacy, no co-pays. You feel better faster and avoid serious complications.
How do you know what medicines to take?
You just match your symptoms to the doctor-written guide or schedule a quick telehealth call.
Sound advice. Order online in minutes at the website below and save $45. Thank you, doctor.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA, promo code USA.
Stomach trouble?
El cuadro, por favor, págines, please.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, let's be honest, kids. We're bad at own stuff with all
Eat some more.
sandwich. Which is why I'm here to weather check for Father's Day. And you should too. So, happy Father's Day. And be the one to check that top for your dad's day.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why scientists developed Nariva Memory 3D with clinically tested ingredients to support 3 dimensions of your memory. Take it from me. A mountain never forgets. Remember Nariva.
It makes a big jump from the presidency of the Republic to the Dominions on Washington. The Senate majority leader has all landed for tonight on special report.
Y si viajar fuera así de fácil, sin estrés, sin planear, solo espacio para conectar. Porque el lugar indicado puede acercarte aún más a las personas que más importan. Vive la calidad del hotel de lujo por la comodidad de una casa de vacaciones. Cada detalle está listo para que solo se dediquen a disfrutar juntos. Wonder, porque cada recuerdo vale la pena.
So all has been a complete game changer. I've become so many recipes and hours of lists I'm looking at you. Free from stopping my meals that all taste the same, and I'm free from extremely expensive takeout that spends an hour in Utah. We took all that every meal is handcrafted, delivered to my door, and dissolved by tomorrow chefs to cook perfectly and respectfully. If you're ready to get all the downsides of cooking and just want to eat better, then it's time to join Tobala.
From first bites to big kid appetites, Nurture Life knows healthy food shapes healthy habits. That's why we make nutrient-packed meals and snacks made with real ingredients and zero junk. Delivered fresh, right to your doorstep. Crafted by chefs and dietitians, Nurture Life fuels growing bodies, satisfies eaters, and gives you time for the moments that matter. Nurture Life.
250 years ago, a nation born in revolution, founded by an idea, freedom. That one simple declaration
Took us to places we never dreamed of. From 13 small colonies
to 50 United States, from the republic to leader of the free world.
disagree. But we're free to disagree. America isn't just a place, it's an idea the world depends on. Freedom, like all great ideas, grows stronger with time. America 250, Fox News Channel. America is watching. California Governor Gavin Newsom says the Justice Department is investigating him and his wife, and he claims it's a preemptive political strike by President Trump. William Lejeunesse now is on this Los Angeles. William. Well, John, two things. One, the claim that the Trump Justice Department is targeting Gavin Newsom comes from Gavin Newsom, not President Trump. And while the governor says the attack is politically motivated, court records show the FBI started asking questions about Newsom under President Biden, not Trump. Collected by arrest last year.
No!
His Department of Justice to investigate. And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen. Sources say the probe is focused on Newsom's wife, Jennifer Siegel Newsom, a producer of several films promoting gender equity. Well, now the State Department of Education is recommending her films, and her own state office promotes them.
And so what we're driving, and we've been driving from the get-go through California for All Kids and through my nonprofit California Partners Project.
So some 5,000 schools pay up to $1,500 to watch Newsom's films, earning her, according to the IRS, almost $2 million licensing fees. And the second critics accuse Newsom of using her prominent status to enrich her family at taxpayer expense. Also, they say she's not an anonymous wife and immune from criticism, but an activist engaged in political debate. Sources say the probe related to casinos taxes and was initiated out of California, not Washington, D.C. Court records show the Biden FBI asked
Why the hell are you?
back in 2024 when agents spoke.
Oh no, he's telling them us.
So Newsom's office right now, John, believes that investigators are using grand jury subpoenas to obtain the couple's bank records and other corporations that they're associated with. John.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on this. William Lejeunesse was one thing. Other countries taking action to protect young people. Sweeping social media ban for kids under 16. Like TikTok, Instagram, and dating sites that allow strangers to come.
I didn't think you would actually have to give it more time and more consideration.
That's not for
I
you.
was pretty sure of it, and
The biggest booty.
what was your screen time over the weekends? 9 hours.
9 hours. So suddenly you're going to have a lot more time to fill. And what will you do?
Still.
Earlier this year. Other countries also considering similar moves, with over 2,000 years of planning one for setting age restrictions and parental consent requirements. In December, Fox poll found that nearly 2/3 of voters, parents, support banning social media for children under 16 and removing cell phones from K-12 classrooms. In Focus, Joe Caution, Fox News contributor. I mean,
Oh fuck.
tragic.
No.
What are you going to do now against social media? Stare at the wall? Joe, I mean, we're old, yeah, but we would have done a lot of things had we had that 9 hours on our hands.
Absolutely, like we were when we were children, growing up in the 90s, I believe, John, you and I were kids back in that decade. But children under 16, this is according to Gallup, John, spend 4 to 9 hours daily on their screens and phones, with roughly 2 to nearly 5 hours dedicated exclusively to social media. And usually these spikes are when children
that are transitioning into their teen years, and then it only gets worse, and the hours only increase. And I can tell you as a parent, John, my wife and I made sure our daughter did not have a phone until she got into middle school this year, and we still have limited her screen time, where parents can't control. We also ensured that she is not on any apps, which can be unhealthy or dangerous for various reasons. My son has what's called a Gizmo Launch. That doesn't have internet access. That's just for logistical emergency, sort of situations only. Hey, it's free. You got to pick me up for practice, kind of thing. So I think at the end, John, if I'm speaking as a dad, we have seen when we take long trips and we give our kids an iPhone or an iPad in the back seat, you need the jaws of life to get these things away from them. Don't get all that said. The government shouldn't be in the business of deciding these things. Parents and families on an individual basis. Will decide this, but that's just one guy's opinion. But I definitely agree with that poll that says that phones absolutely should be banned as well. There's no business for anything to be in my opinion.
Well, I hate to acknowledge this, Joe, but my growing up was more bridging the 60s and 70s rather than. But that's to the topic at hand. A study published last year, but it was after mine as well. Yeah. Well, the study last year found social media addiction among kids is linked to a higher risk of suicidal thoughts and behaviors. This study of 4,000 kids over the course of 4 years showed that by age 14, more than 80% of kids have become addicted to social media, 25% addicted to their phones, and 40% addicted to video games. At the end of the study, nearly 18% of kids reported having suicidal thoughts, and 5% admitted to suicidal behaviors. If you want to get into the details of this, read a book by Jonathan Haidt called The Anxious Generation. It just lays this out here in a way that's terrifying to presidents, because these devices, they're not just giving them entertainment, they're not just giving them something to do for 9 hours. They're fundamentally rewiring their brains so that they do not process information the way that people who grew up with smartphones.
Wow, that's a great book. You're right to recommend that, John. I mean, you're talking depression, anxiety, attention span deficits, behavioral problems, aggression, hyperactivity, and social media, John, ironically, is making us less social. I'll say this to me personally. When I get that rare opportunity to go out with my old friends, we all in the middle of the table.
Aggressively light beatboxing.
I recently families together at a table, all on their phones, even the parents, they're not even talking to each other. Overall, this is another big problem as well. Obesity, the rate in this country, in the U.S., was 14% in the year 2000. That's before social media and iPhones. Now, you go to this year, the obesity rate is nearly 23%. And one has to think that not getting out and the better their phones are is a big contributor to that. It's just incredible that we almost have 1 in 4 children that are technically obese because, again, they're not socializing with each other. They're not playing the way they should. And as a result, we got a lot of kids that will be very, very unhealthy when they get older.
Shit.
Physically.
And I'm sure you see that scene in the restaurant too, with 2-year-olds on the phone, the parent takes it away and the kid just loses them. So this is not the only concern that we're having to tech. It's the taking on the rise of AI, the latest Toy Story movie. Even the toy gang faces an existential threat when a girl gets a new tablet. Look at these numbers in a new report. It found that 40% of toddlers have their own tablet by the time they are 2. 58% by the time they're 4.
No.
51% of children age 8 and younger. Between 75 and 80% of parents say they are concerned about what screen time is doing to kids' attention spans and mental health. It's science. It requires.
Fuck you, devil head.
It does.
What?
Look at those stats there. 51% by age 8.
Dear God. Oh. Ah. Ah. That was fun.
I'm sorry, this is back to the parent.
It's empty.
Very, very bad effects, Joe. Personally, I think that social media is too dangerous for adults to handle. I think it's ruining society. You're right, no minus that. Joe, great to catch up with you. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. And thank you for watching the Vulgar Focus. I'm John Robert Senior Harris. I'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Bonnie, you okay?
Outnumbered, coming right up after the break.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches and advanced chronic migraine. The treatment is 4 times a year.
Hey. Hey.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection.
Hey.
These symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as trouble swallowing, breathing, eye problems, sleep.
Ow!
Muscle or nerve conditions like
Ow! Ah!
increase the risk of serious side effects.
Surgery may work with patients wish they started Botox sooner is necessary today.
Ah!
Who wants to share with the
Cat, go future cat.
Stop watching us and go.
Everyone, see, wait, while you're down there, check on the shelf, see, round targeted targets. Hey, talking about bulls. No plates. Round. Round. Yeah, round. Plates are round. Bowls are round, like they're actually round. They're going to get you sweat. Bowls are round. I know that. Plates are flat. Okay. Right now, how about flat round plates? Circular. Okay.
Welcome to New Day Hall, where your surface is your down payment.
I'm flat round.
Our income is okay, and we always pay our rent, so we didn't want to touch our savings. Then we heard about New Day Home, and it changed everything. With New Day Home, your service is your down payment. You don't have to come up with a single dollar for closing costs. We close on our home without a single dollar out of pocket.
Not a single dollar.
You even get an ADMA certified real estate agent and New Day's VA loan experts help with all the paperwork and got us approved in minutes. We got the help we wanted. So I told two veterans, and they told two veterans, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Call ACE for your dental certified agent and VA loan approval in minutes. 1-888-605-0547 now.
It looks like an ordinary therapy, but when you have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet, even fingers can hurt. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I can survive. Revival has lighted to plaque nerve pain signals. Revive also comes in a spray for hard to reach areas. Getting older happens, but living with pain doesn't have. Try Revive like I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive and live on.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2. Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15 can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jumps from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's living.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I've reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients get $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Honey, 4026 says we should keep renting.
26. Raven says, all realtor agents recommend realtor.com. They track every market so you know where to make your money.
He also says that big
Got it.
Read this realtor.com.
Or the final employers and persons that well, and what those skills they
All right, fit away the same.
Go to kitchen.
Every world's got a story. Every story's got a character. You want to know how this one's on? Every character's got an excuse. I already ice cream, brother. How's been my BE streaming now on Fox Nation? America is streaming over here.
Any moment in Minneapolis, the Justice Department is set to announce charges against multiple alleged Antifa members who conspired to violently oppose federal immigration agents. We do not yet know the details of those charges, but Minnesota has been a hotbed for anti-ICE activity. We will bring you any developments from that news conference as we learn more. Well, let's start here. Top story of the day. We are learning more about the FBI and what they say it disrupted. It could have been a catastrophic attack aimed at last weekend's White House UFC fight. At least 5 suspects have been arrested in retaliated with explosive drones. For the storming, the White House was an elaborate plan. And it's just the latest in a series of arrests.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a. What?
Lisa Bustos, who's political interest, and Paul Moore, attorney, retired NYPD inspector.
Okay, what?
Weekly rap sheet on the Fox station. Well, over 4,000 people were at that UFC event at the White House Sunday, including President Trump and many top officials. Thousands more were gathered to the podium to stop stage rounds. The officials outlined the alleged plot. They co-conspirators discussed using drones to draw audiences on the north side of the White House to create panic. And from these sports locations, where the conspirators would have snipers prepared to kill certain high-value targets. Co-conspirators of the murder plot appears to have been motivated by their anti-government ideology. The motive is still under investigation, but one suspect allegedly told investigators that the goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, or politicians receiving donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Vice President J.D. Vance says he was not surprised by the alleged plot, especially.
So much of the far left rhetoric is driving itself towards violence and spins people up into these crazy situations where they feel like, I'm not going to argue against somebody, or I'm not going to debate somebody, or even vote against a politician. I'm going to go and commit violence. It is unfortunately an inevitable consequence of some of the rhetoric that we're seeing. We're trying to look at the underground networks that drive towards this violence. 23 people do not get to the point where they're going to commit a mass terror incident in Washington, D.C. without some serious funding, without some serious coordination. And we've actually been trying to go with this networks of coordination because it's a terrorist plot.
This is extraordinary. There are 23 people. This was 12 FBI field officers. It was discovered just days before it happened. And it's chilling.
All right, so let's make a couple points here real quick about this because we're in the early stages. I'd like to make a quick operational point and ideology. First of all, operational. Understand that the global war on terrorism.
Boom!
It seems to have come home. It's being driven by the left. It's here, and this is where it's coming from. So you're going to have an apparatus that can penetrate that. Understand, interdict something like this in a First Amendment society before it happens.
Okay.
Communications, you gotta have people in there. I'm not gonna give up all the trade press, but the bottom line is, it's very, very difficult. This represents months and months, years.
Bob, get out.
People go.
Bob, no!
Spreadsheets connecting disparate bits of information. You can stop this stuff. There's nothing harm police work in stopping something before it happens. Now, you got 23 pieces here, which means you're going to get the whole thing. This is a real operation, right? This is going to be something that they sort of spiderweb out from. Expect it. They're saying 23 now, you're going to probably end up, I didn't took 23, but that'd be the highest we ever took was like 18 at a time. If you get 18, that means there's like 5, 6, 7, 8 walls out there that you'll all completely roll up. This is how you map the network. So by the way, they'll flip people. They won't flip, they're never going to talk, they're going to flip. You'll see that. The last thing I just want to make about this is that the funding, I think that the vice president's right on target. One of the things you want to map here as you go into looking at this whole thing is the funding. The fact that it's so many different FBI offices tells you that for the last week or whatever it's been, there's probably been 100 FBI agents who haven't had a wink of sleep, who are working around the clock. One of the things you do now, if you take a breath, it seems to have been rolled up, is to say, who directed this, who funded it? Because this nonsense of these people funding this stuff from afar and saying, I didn't put in hands because I gave it to a cutout. I gave it to a 501c3 who then used a 501c4 is just a canard that we have to penetrate. And so I hear that that's what he's saying. I expect this thing to keep going. And this is a very good start
At this bit of this is a very good start. That kind of real threat that we have at home.
No doubt, extraordinary work by FBI Director Cash Patel and the government. Emily, as you read through these court documents, they're fascinating. The man who's the alleged planner did not want to engage in the attack himself. He just wanted to plan for a bar, and he became frustrated when people were dropping out of his plot. It's really something. And it's responsibility the Jewish people and blames them in Israel for the current war with Iran.
Of course, there is a sort of shocking amount of, I would say, fomented online traffic and chatter right now that includes blaming Israel and the Jews for everything and referencing AIPAC.
From the screen to the screen to the screen to the screen.
And fomented by a few high-profile podcasts. So there right now is sort of an acceptable and accepted narrative floating around. Corporate elite.
It's like, yep, you're banned, queso.
Sort of trigger words that these guys have been using, and it includes a relationship, real or imaginary, with the power, real or imaginary, that AIPAC and Israel and the Jewish community have. So putting that out there, that somehow
You said that there was gonna be cake at the end of the track. Y'all are thinking that there was gonna be cake at the end of the track. No.
Was announced, right? It hasn't been that long. So for this complicated plot to have been developed in this short amount of time, think about what other large events are coming up and those other plots that have been thwarted. Number two, the perceived safety that people feel when they use Signal and WhatsApp. And thank God, it's really not as safe or as private as they think, because clearly law enforcement has direct ties into somehow the tradecraft of however that works. And third, that what we know about this particular plot that seems so insidious in terms of rules, keep in mind they also aim to take out first responders. So every time you go to any football game or even the grocery store or your county fair next to your house, know that someone, yes, has been radicalized online, cheered on by the social media bots and certain generations that, again, are demonizing certain groups and target words, think that you're a part of it, and they aim to debilitate families and the structure and also the responding officers so that they can maximize casualties. And that's what terrorist regimes have been calling for, like Hezbollah. It's all tied together.
And Carrie Vaughn noted, she's of our legal team here, watching her from her on-air appearances, that one thing is the 19-year-old who used his graduation money and allegedly spent $3,000 of that to purchase guns, ammunition, magazines. A 19-year-old.
Yeah, he's not going to get that back. In order to get that used before they became radicalized with this entry-level terrorism propaganda. But that's what it is, and it's very interesting because this is where it leads. It leads very anti-Israel and anti-AIPAC. If you remember, I think it was last week or the week before, Grant Plattner was pushing against John Fetterman. Because Fetterman was like, what has happened to our Democrat Party? Like, this is the new normal. Plattner's response was, he's not paid for by AIPAC. And it's like that anti-billionaire, anti-capitalism, total hypocrisy language. It radicalizes people who, it's easy for them to buy into this idea of redistribution. And redistribution always happens by force. So if you're going to take something from someone, using law enforcement, then why can't you just take something from someone by sending drones into a public gathering that, presumably would be a magnet for people that you despise? So, that sort of language that has been normalized, to Emily's point, like, it has an absolute effect. Like, this is the conclusion. To tear it down by any means necessary. Just the way they talk about tearing Israel down, by any means necessary. They use those phrases. And yes, they are very triggering for a group of people who bought in lock, stock, and barrel to the idea of redistribution as justice. It's not. And as Paul would say, you're going downtown. We're rolling you up.
Yeah, the vice president is so correct on the rhetoric. When you use terms like a threat to democracy, how is that not radicalizing? Thinking the very thing we hold dear is at risk. We need to tamp it down. We need to tone it down. When I say that, I'm meaning the left, because that's where it
No,
goes.
it's bigger.
Our specific focus was on Islamic radical extremists. Now that is much broader.
We kick at the end of the track.
We're talking about anti-Semitism as well, so it's much more broad now. Also, the work of our Secret Service and FBI to foil this just days before the event. And the individuals who were plotting this, it was for maximum casualty, maximum chaos, with explosive bladed drones, forcing people to exit the event. Then he met with snipers. I was able to attend the event. I felt so safe. It was heavily fortified. There were guardsmen everywhere, police officers. Harris and I had an opportunity to talk to some of the guardsmen. We also met the chief of Secret Service, Richard McCauley, who's been there for more than 23 years. It was very clear in my conversation with him that this is a man who loves his job, who takes the duty seriously. He was talking about the great measures that they went to keep President Trump safe.
Icon.
Away with a very positive feeling from him. I like the judging character except for dating, but everything else. Alongside that, lastly at this, I know the event has taken some criticism, but it was one of the most patriotic things I have ever attended. Of the 4,300 people who were estimated to be at the direct event, 1,200 were service members. You walked around, there were service members, uniform. We got to talk to a lot of those individuals as well. They were having the time of their lives. You also had one of the fighters looking at the Declaration of Independence before walking out of the White House to his fight, as well as the rare Super Delta formation of planes flying above the White House. It was epic. But I felt very, very safe, a testament to our Secret Service as well as our military members and FBI protecting us and police officers.
Yeah, well, thank goodness it was safe, and that means the system is working. FBI, they reverted school shootings that you don't hear about. They don't often get recognized, but today's the day to recognize them.
You don't hear about the successes, and that's the problem. And that's why it's very hard for the FBI to polish their image when they can't talk about the things. A lot of stuff, you don't publicize it for operational reasons. This one's public, but hats off to them. This could have been a calamity.
Absolutely. All right, the fight over free speech playing out at a North Carolina school. A student sued after she was accused of vandalism for painting a campus spirit rock with patriotic messages in honor of Charlie Kirk. And her legal team pointed out
Of what?
double standard. We'll show you next.
This September 11th will be 25 years since.
Cake at the end of the cake, at the end of the track.
With the mortgage payoffs or built a smart home for his catastrophically injured service members.
I love that everybody's in. I love it.
Siblings and I, you always want to honor a mom and dad. That's and what better way than to make an announcement? Donald Towers is going to take care of their tuition with the main George Silla Scholarship.
No.
Donald Towers Foundation. I tell you that this is one of the proudest moments in my life. For me to see the culmination of my dad's loss and his sacrifice, it's been a victory. We are going to make sure that we take care of your college tuition. Which is going to be that we cannot put about having your college taken care of is just a dream come true. Go to T2T.org.
And feel fresh and good for the potential of living orgasms. Your body's giving you signs. Try them on. The help of the communication will keep us. Feel the signs, it's time to try them on.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
Yeah, the thermostat, $2,600.
About $3,400.
But with Endurance, you'll never pay out of pocket for car repairs again.
Wait, really?
Really?
It was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved over $7,000.
Without Endurance, fixing your AC could cost $1,100. Your transmission, nearly $5,000. Your engine, $8,000.
There's a bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. New steering rack, close to $3,000.
But with Endurance, your car's most expensive repairs are covered. Parts and labor included.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine repair. I'll save thousands and thousands of dollars.
Plus, Endurance lets you pick any certified mechanic to do the work, or take advantage of their factory repair network.
We tell them what needs to be fixed, and they just say it's covered. All right. But does Endurance raise your rate the more claims you buy?
No, your your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claims and endurance, I expected my rate to change.
Oh, all the way I'm to 6 a.m.
Must be expensive.
No,
Totally beat every other competitor.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
so who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You?
Nah, Endurance. Right now,
What?
it's $300 off any plan. Plus, a year
What?
a $2,000 value.
What?
All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
All right.
Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-800-672-3640 for a free quote. That's 1-800-672-3640.
She's really getting up there. Yeah, she is.
Don't feel your age. Ask them to me.
President Jake and some of us giving us seeds and big combines a special inside the state journeys. Don't miss it tonight on the 5. That's what vision. It's biggest impacts. That's why USA Bank no hidden fees and zipper benefits like a nationwide free ATM network.
Dude, already.
For every dollar you have, USA Bank is taking care of our own. That's a good thing.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
By generator, your life goes on uninterrupted.
It just goes so fast.
Special financing and monthly payment options are available.
You
If you call now,
go
you will
in the
receive
fucking
free
garbage.
Go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac. I have tens of thousands of dollars hanging over my head. If I was only making minimum payments, it would have taken me 54 years to pay this off. At National Debt Relief, you have someone in your corner that's fighting for you. Whether it's credit cards, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help you to become debt-free. National Debt Relief was able to reduce my debt by over $21,000. National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how you can become debt-free.
Well, a North Carolina high schooler has reached a $95,000 settlement with her school district after it publicly accused her of vandalism for painting a campus spirit rock with a Charlie Flag tribute. Gabby Stout and her friends painted Freedom 1776 and Live Like Kirk, John 11:25 on the rock days after Kirk was killed. Now, according to her lawsuit, within school officials painted over the rock, and the principal sent out a school-wide message saying that the spirit rock had been vandalized with a message that was not compliant. The student code of conduct had been violated, and that law enforcement had been contacted to launch a criminal investigation. This is the same spirit rock that in 2020 the school district allowed students to cover with a Black Power fist and pro-Black Lives Matter messages like end police brutality. The school district said in a statement, quote, the board fully supports students exercising their right to free speech that ensures that schools remain safe places for all of our students and promotes productive civic discourse. Now, Paul, according to the students, he actually did seek and obtain explicit permission from the school to paint that very positive, beautiful message and received so much backlash, including on the form of social ostracization and online bullying. And all of a sudden, then the school coming in, painting it over, charging all the things, but I guess they're sorry to the tune of $95,000.
Yeah, it's just like school district, you know, I applaud the break the curve for shift these days. It's interesting, I'm calling from young people, you're seeing a lot of young students do this kind of thing, put their chin out and say, no, I'm not gonna, roll over for this. The facts matter here. You have the priors that we're talking about, BLM, South for police brutality, et cetera. That's of course after George Floyd, and then now they're saying no to this. Now look, the nation was founded by the quote unquote founding fathers. They were Christian, I understand it, but those are also the same people that put in the separation of church and state. And so you have some competing interests here constitutionally.
as a school district, a public school district, you have to have policies and then you have to follow them. You can't pick and choose. And, you know, you got the feeling here that this goes to the heart of what we're seeing so widely across social media and every place else, which is that the teachers are what we have lost. I've said it before on the show, the old Jesuit line, give me a child till 7, I capital for life. And the teachers and the teachers union promulgated a lot of this kind of nonsense. I'm just going to throw out one fact, is looking at something unrelated.
Isabella. Isabella.
That that means that likely black on black crime in terms of homicide is 10,000 times higher than police related incidents. Now, I'm not saying police brutality doesn't exist. But my point is a opportunistic use of messages that certain elements of our schools use to bring these kids under their umbrella. And that's what I feel like is going on in this.
And somehow, in the hypocrisy, Charlie Kirk has become this verboten topic for schools in that ridiculous climate, including, remember that Oklahoma student who just after Charlie Kirk passed away led a tribute on school thing, being suspended, expelled, all the things, ultimately vindicated because of the proper channels. But the knee-jerk reaction from these schools is to totally ostracize these students who engage in any kind of pro-Charlie Kirk, which means pro-love messaging. Well, it's very interesting because as I'm looking at the story, I realize that there's similarities to the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony killing. And, you know, it's like the left and these very angry people have no problem. In fact, they encourage people to demonize people who have been murdered. And, you know, Charlie Kirk, Austin Metcalf, Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, like all three of them, you know, when they are mentioned in the circles, they are absolutely vilified. And it's like, you know, what more do you want from people? They have been slaughtered. They paid with their lives. Yet somehow they get thrown into this category, I guess, because they can no longer defend themselves. And, you know, also the principals, the administration, the ultra leftists, and the teachers unions, and I don't put all teachers in that category because there are still teachers who are right at center, who are rational, who are normal, but they are forced and bullied into this worldview. But what they're doing with, you know, this anti-Charlie Kirk stuff, they're ostracizing younger men, and that's why younger men that age, school age, middle school, high school, are now becoming conservative at faster rates than any other generation. And it's because of this hypocritical group thing. Haley, we've seen a pattern where courts had and school districts had overturned this knee-jerk decision, right? We saw that with the United States flag on the student's truck. We saw, again, that Oklahoma situation, the other Oklahoma students that got the F on her paper for citing biblical. The list goes on, transgender. The list goes on of schools and school boards having to apologize with money and with policies. Why don't they just see in real time that these students are right?
Yeah, and they have rights to express their religious beliefs, and they cannot engage in like discrimination. As that's exactly what happened here. This young woman showed such boldness, and all she was doing was putting her heart onto a rock at her school 2 days after a man was assassinated. And according to the Alliance for Defending Freedom, who represented her, they say that there are members of the school board who are expressing a different view. One member said, "Do not expect me to feel sorry, pity, or mournful for that man." So that is the viewpoint of at least one member of the school board, according to her attorneys. All she did was write on there, which been showing the rock, but John 11:25, I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die. And the school gets it painted over. They call it vandalism. They have the times that they had engaged in a criminal complaint against this young girl, and all she was doing was expressing her religious belief. I just want to say to this young woman, Charlie Kirk would be so proud of you, because the boldness that you show, were to fight for free speech, seeing this through the court system, he would be applauding you and saying, "Thank you, well done. This is exactly what Charlie Kirk stood for," and she fought and she won.
I'm not to melt topics here, but the ADF, her group of attorneys, was labeled a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Which they're full of enough money to Nazis.
Yeah, I think definitely opportunity. Yeah, I mean, this is blatant viewpoint discrimination because the Black Power Fist gets institutional backing, but then The Freedom 1776 in Live Lake Kirk does not, because when the Black Power Fist was painted in 2020, it was painted over, and then the school called it an emergency meeting, allowed them to repaint it with even more explicit messages like end police brutality. But then this Christian message or the Charlie Kirk message gets an email from the principal school-wide, says it's an act of vandalism, potential criminal involvement, criminal investigative involvement, and then a month later, the school district.
I fucking blink.
Oh, actually, it wasn't.
And then he says, he's all like, "Oh, I know you're in there."
The student and the parent said, "This isn't right. We're going to do something about it." It's because apparently the student had to review.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Faced harassment, and so they were like, "That's not right," and then decided to stand up for themselves. So you're right, Charlie Kirk would be so proud. And at the end of the day, the school could have avoided all this by either not allowing any messages or, demonstrating viewpoint discrimination.
You're telling me a quick point. We got kids who can't read and write. We're worried about a rock.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, I'm up with the rock. Get the kids learning.
You watch Schoolhouse. All right, guys. Well, we are starting on the UFC website. That's next.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about Y-Refund. Did you know that an accredited investor, when you invest in Y-Refund, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest in 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? And you have the freedom to take your lending interest as income or reinvest it, whatever you choose. When you invest in Y-Refund, the interest is calculated daily and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80 invest. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to
Simulate.
read the disclosures and regulations.
Simulate.
Investing in America's future.
This is the true story of Lincoln Air, who spent a lifetime saving for retirement, but living off their savings. Here it is. Okay.
Man, the internet used to be something back then, 11 years ago.
And with a plan, earn and save, you can invest instead. Family trips, restaurant tours, and looks and attractive. Right, mom and rental. Right. So, what matters is that Matt's help.
We're getting a lot more enjoyment out of life.
JP in both matters.
At this first in our tournament, and I was with series. I ride the World Ace Max strength, 1,500 milligrams of acid.
It's all gifts.
Shop with them? No.
It's all fun and gifts.
My dad has never been about a sick. Don't struggle.
Like gift.
He had a life insurance policy.
Like gift. Thief.
With life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Matching with my therapist was very quick and easy. Really just checking in with somebody once a week. It's refreshing to be able to share stories that you have. It's okay to feel things. It's okay to have rough days. Don't be afraid to find a better.
Did you know car repair costs went up more than 45% since 2020? All thanks to shortages, inflation, and material costs. Listen, if you want help saving money on expensive car repairs, you need CarShield. They've already helped customers save over $1 billion. Their nationwide coverage and low-cost plans are second to none. That's why I'm a fan. So when a breakdown happens, make sure you make the right call to CarShield before that breakdown. Just listen to these happy drivers.
I've been a CarShield customer for over 5 years, and it saved me over $13,000.
I have saved over $8,000 total.
When you have a CarShield plan, you don't just get coverage on repairs. As a valued CarShield member, you're treated to additional benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call for your free quote and lock in your rate now with our price lock guarantee. Call 800-952-7136.
If you had to pay thousands for a car repair right now, could you afford it? An engine replacement could cost up to $10,000. A transmission replacement could cost
See.
Parts and system. Call now to speak to a vehicle
Why?
transfer and get your free quote.
Simulate tour.
CarShield has been around for over 20 years. That's staying power. They're America's most trusted auto protection. That's reputation. They have saved drivers over $1 billion. That's a whole lot of happy drivers. Listen, make the smart move. You like to save money, right? Here's the easiest way to do it. Car shield. You could save thousands on car repairs. Do it now. Thank you later.
For the millions of Americans who've saved thousands on car repairs thanks to CarShield. All you have to do is call now and get your free quote. Call 800-952-7136. 800-952-7136. 800-952-7136.
5 days at Purple Guys.
Nutrients to support movement and muscle function. So you're not just setting the pace. You're one step ahead. Next time, slow it down. Want to take 50 plus? Good luck for you.
1-800-Law Firm is investigating how AI chat platforms with children talk about hurting themselves. If you believe an AI chatbot may have led to your child's mental health crisis, please call 1-800-Law Firm today for a free confidential consultation.
No.
Places that can expose you to identity theft.
Why?
If something
Why?
happens, like
Why?
USB
Oh God, fucking why?
don't face identity theft alone. Join LifeLock today.
Announcing its stop-take plot to attack the White House UFC event. The Secret Service spoke about this at an unrelated event.
This is still an active, ongoing investigation. Just because we're done with Freedom 250 or that particular event doesn't mean we're going to stop. There are still suspects at large, and we're going to work it until everyone's been identified. I'd say it was unique due to the numbers involved, the level of planning involved. It was an active plot, yes, involving purported claim to use drones, snipers, etc. We've seen a significant increase in threat cases. We're up 40% this year in threat cases.
David Scott is live in Washington. New images just unsealed. David, what'd you find?
Well, Kaylee, this is a story that deals with many different suspects in many different states, and we are learning, looking through that
Looking for the
solution on a 19-year-old, and she expressed some concern, and she may have blown this entire case open. His name is 19-year-old Tyson Proper, and he was picked up after she called authorities on June 10th, just a few days ago. This was 4 days before the UFC, but I want to show some images. I believe that we're going to show is a rifle.
Oh no! That's terrible.
A screen grab, several screen grabs showing aerial images and maps of the Washington D.C. area, and discussing where possibly would be related to the White House. This is all evidence that is posted on an official document right now, an official government document. But I will say 19-year-old Tyson called police after she was concerned about his purchases and communications with people online. It then led them to conversations that he allegedly had with Ryan Roa and Michael Thomas himself. They appeared yesterday before a federal judge. We're also told that there is a suspect in Nebraska, in Missouri as well. So what we're being told here, Kaylee, and everyone on the couch, is that this alleged plot consisted of a plan to have drones that were actually armed with some type of firepower go and attack buildings around the White House. And once people left, then we're going to have snipers nearby attacking some of the people leaving. This was a serious plot. The FBI, the Secret Service is investigating this right now. And as you heard, the Deputy Director of the Secret Service right there say that they believe there are more people out there. Right now, though, 5 people facing these charges, and we'll go through these documents and see what happened. But it appears that it was this 19-year-old mother in Ohio who really spilled the beans on this entire case by letting people know that she had some concerns about her son, Caleb.
Thank goodness that mom did that. And that 19-year-old is the one I mentioned who was alleged to use his graduation money to purchase these weapons. Wow, David, thank you for this update.
Where's right now again?
Well, I want to pull up that image. So that is one of the weapons. But it's jarring when you look at these aerial photos. It looks like an aerial So they're plotting where to put snipers with these photos, and where drones should be launched as well.
Yeah, so I'll make a couple of quick points. Number one, this mother is a hero. She saved lives and smells like
Freddy simulate.
17-year-old that's going down a very, very bad path here. And you rely on the parents to try to get out in front of it. Sometimes it doesn't work. You hit 18, and then you have to arrest him because he's trying to go overseas to fight with ISIS.
I'm not so
This is going to be this whole thing.
That's what all I'm just
The defense is going to be.
Why you stay by my side?
No, have the meeting in the Lions store. Then you take. Then you got enough to charge.
Make us read a little bit more about this 19-year-old Tyson, Crawford, allegedly spent the $3,000 I mentioned of his graduation money to purchase lots of ammunition, guns, extra magazines, and other things for the alleged attack. He had quit his job to meet up with people. He had bet online to conduct missions in
Is the sim.
his mom's phone calls. Indeed, missions and recon. I mean, this guy was right. I
Oh.
also know that in his interview with the FBI, he immediately gave up the two names in California. There's a 24-year-old and a 31-year-old that we were talking about, Rowan and Miguel Thomas, that according to our brain room here, that individual had a prior for unlawful carrying in December 2014 in El Paso County. The same report suggests he may have served time in state prison. And the other one was a security guard whose license expired in April. So these guys had access to weapons unlawfully that had been expired. But the whole point is they were known to law enforcement for various things. And this guy in Ohio thought he was going to go play Rambo. And they found this weapon on their screen, Kennedy. They also found ammunition.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
I mean, it depends what state you're in. In New York here, it's almost impossible. I mean, you have to go through a background check, which is a big teaser. So that's a lot of ammunition for 119-year-old. It's also, especially under the Obama administration, they try to make ammunition so much more prohibitively expensive so people wouldn't be able to buy it. I just want to say shout out to the nosy moms. Don't feel bad going through your kids' stuff. That's your job. And they'll have plenty of freedom when they leave the house. But as long as they're living with you, feel free to snoop, girl. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, my heart breaks for the mom that had to have info law enforcement on your own son and discovering that this was his plot and this was his plan. But also, look at that gun. It would make young people involved in this plot. Your idea of patriotism. In our country is both in schools and online. They think that carrying out assassination, the pressure of whatever the motive finding out was, that somehow that you or know anyone on this couch who's patriotism. So I think that's the deeper we're talking about the extremism in this country. They probably think that that's their patriotic view.
Open file.
More details coming in by the moment. We will keep you updated.
That's it.
On this really chilling story. My brother says she has osteoporosis. I thought most of her wants to sit around all day, like someone I know. Turns out, I got far from it. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and high risk of fracture, it can help you rapidly build and fall in just 12 months. It much easier to build, but it also helps slow bone loss. And it significantly reduces spine fracture risk. I heard she was taking it, but then she said it was involved. It was involved. Stretch, work, water, and worthy of it all. Evaluate the increased risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from MRI. Tell your doctor if you've got a heart attack or stroke. Take advantage from blood calcium or allergic to serious events that occur with the family. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the facial fluid, which may cause difficulty in swallowing and breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, and spontaneous
5 Nights.
as they have been reported with the body. There were usual fiber fractures and hurt. Ask your doctor about it.
Veteran homeowners need cash. At midday, you can borrow up to 100% of your home's value and take out an average of $83,000. We called, we got $96,602. That's more than ever.
We called and got $62,858.
Home values are high, and home equity is too.
Now is a good time to turn your home equity into cash.
We call it at $68,201.
Credit cards for real financial peace of mind. You can lower your monthly payments too.
We go to bank authority, BA. We can say yes when banks say no.
Call 1-888-928-2089. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up. Right now, phone lines on America's best network. Plus, America's best 5G home internet for just $30 each.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. It's been perfect. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes. Going to the 55 plus plans.
We all thought the job was dead. But fuck you, I guess.
Who wants to share with the movie?
But you.
Buy one window, get one at 40.
I'm gonna make you scared. I'm Freddy Fazbear. Better close the doors, or yo, I'm gonna go get jump scared. I'm Freddy Fazbear. I'm gonna get shot. I'm gonna make you cry. I'm Freddy Fazbear. I'm gonna get you and sing you a lullaby. Bye, 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 bye.
Injured in a trucking accident, we became the one. There's only one organ for the people. That's
Is under some scrutiny for some online comments. The New York Post reports McKim Green is a longtime advisor and now political director for George, a New York City mayor Juan Mamdani wife. Green posted a thread on December 11th, 2024, quote, comment when you see this, #Free Luigi and Cardiff. The piece also quotes a DC Democratic insider who said Green has been a close confidant to George and that the post suggests an implicit endorsement of all her most absurd and violent political beliefs. We've reached out to the Denise Lewis George campaign for comment and have not heard back yet. We saw this here in Southern City. If you elect a Democratic socialist, they will surround themselves with the same ideology and sometimes frighteningly worse. Yes, and our housing here in New York City famously wants to abolish all private property and stop skyscrapers from being built. Yet her mom has a very $5 million home where she was raised in comfort and wealth and bliss. They often are. Same as John Mamdani. It's like oftentimes these fancy kids who just go astray. And you look at Brandon Johnson in Chicago, you look at Katie Wilson in Seattle, and their cities are now in ruins because of their orthodoxy. And all they're going to do is hire up the DSA people to fill, their cabinet positions in city government, and they're going to do whatever they can to run cities into the ground, again, in the name of redistribution. So it's like DC will probably do that because it's a free left city. And it's like they're gonna fall one by one. They probably elect Nikki Rama with her magical, flexible votes. So inspiring. And Haley, we've just been covering very dangerously the effects of the nexus between violent rhetoric and actual violence, right? So the #Free Luigi coming from someone that might become the mayor's new advisor is frightening in the fact that rhetoric is what led to Brian Thompson's death. And radicalization leads to violent plots.
Yeah, and you tweeted Free Luigi, you belong nowhere near the pinnacle of power, not as a staffer. And this was someone who reportedly works for her, could be a staffer in her new administration, totally disqualifying. But these views that these radicals have, ending cooperation with ICE, I mean, we've tried this, the lawless southern border,
You have not extending curfews. We've shown you team takeovers on the show time and time again. City-owned grocery stores, they've been failed. They've failed everywhere they've been tried. Then free city buses. This is another plan that the Steve C. Radical hold on to. He said that's not happening this year. It's not going to happen either. So when are voters going to wake up and say we were sold as
Freddy.
goods? And you
Bondi.
us
Trico.
hoping that there's a
Foxy.
wake-up call. When you've got Wilson, you potentially got this woman, you've got Mamdani here, you got Cynthia Rodman in LA, a wake-up call where people realize socialism, far-left, radical progressivism does not work.
There's some type of excuse floating around. Young people are angry and they need something different. But why does that different have to be violence? Why does that different have to be the complete destruction of any kind of common sense structure that we have going on?
Beats me. I think you're nuts. But you know, look, I think one of the most destructive forces in American politics is Senator Bernie Sanders because he's normalized socialism for decades now. And you look at Gallup polling, 66% of Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. Only 42% have a favorable view today of capitalism. Independents even moving in that direction as well, which is the most concerning. And then you hear all these socialists and they're like, oh, corporate greed is so bad. Well, greed, unfortunately, is part of the human experience. And I would rather have corporate greed than government greed because someone's going to have greed. And what socialism wants is government greed. And I personally, does anyone on this planet think that Bernie Sanders, AOC, or Zoran Mamdani are better at running things or smarter than Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos? Like, you know what I mean? So, and then you look at places like Venezuela, oil rich, everyone's poor, except for Nicolas Maduro and his buddies. In 2025, when we seized Maduro-linked assets, $700 million, including jets, luxury homes, jewelry, vehicles, the list goes on. So, you know, it's poverty for thee, but not for me, for the socialists.
And you know what these kids don't recognize who are here and see this, because a lot of this is coming out of young people who are not named up to the DSA, as you make the point, is that Donald Trump is their best friend. They just can't get over the rhetoric. Why do I say that? Because NAFTA and all the other, they're letting China into the World Trade Organization, all of that stuff hollowed out America's manufacturing base. And as a result, what kind of jobs went away? We took the entire Rust Belt and we shipped it to Beijing. And so these kids don't have options. Trump is the guy who's trying to undo that. That's what the tariffs for. We're trying to bring back the manufacturing base. If you want to get the jobs and the American prosperity that Europeans are marveling at during the World Cup, we're going to do that. Then that's your path, not giving your freedom to the government, as you make the point, because they're just going to steal it from you. Wise.
Indeed. All right, guys, well, let's check on what's coming up on America Reports. Sean, what do you have next?
Emily, great to see you this afternoon. Federal authorities are staying hot in the investigation into the planned attack against the UFC fight. We'll have the latest on that plot. President Trump at the G7 with a lot still to come this afternoon. We'll have all of that. Oil prices dropping below $80 a barrel. How long before Americans feel relief at the pump? What's out there? And a stunning report found that a staggering $3 trillion of taxpayer money has been lost with proper payments in the last 20 years. And the government is powerless to stop. Say what? Come join Sandra at the top of the hour for America Reports, where they all the answers for.
We'll be watching. All right, guys, more World Cup visitors sharing stories about how much they are loving their time in America. We'll be right back.
I wouldn't do anything. Do you know what I like the sound of gold? I like it because it provides a feeling of safety. Gold is a tangible asset that helps preserve my wealth. No other firm in Roslyn Capital. Roslyn Capital is a trusted leader in helping people acquire precious metals. Gold bullion, ladies and gold and silver foods, and premium coins can help you preserve your wealth. Call Roslyn Capital to receive your free Roslyn Guide to Gold, Precious Metals IRA, and silver brochure. With Roslyn, there are no gimmicks, no hassles, and they have reliable shipping.
Freddy.
Gold is money.
Whitey.
Gold, your new standard. Call Roslyn Capital today at 800-630-8900.
Transparency.
That's 800
See.
75% of women experience wetness and silence because they're wearing products with outdated technology. Introducing Maxi Protect, designed to rapidly absorb full bladder loss. That's a whole water bottle. It is 75% more rapid absorbent area, rapid dry gel cast to block in liquid and odor, and side guards. The wait is over. Those endlessly bring to mind. Maxi Protect rapidly absorbs full bladder loss. Did you know you can relieve everyday aches and pains with odor-free aspartame? That's when strength lidocaine targets nerves fast for soothing and numbing pain relief. Try aspartame, the #1 pharmacist-recommended topical anesthetic. Most homeowners have it somewhere in their house. It's that one bad window. It's drafty, or maybe it sticks or leaks. Bottom line, love to replace it, but think. No company is coming out for just one lousy window. And truthfully, many companies won't. But we're Renewal by Andersen.
Well, that was quick.
To be like those companies. We'll replace just one window. Yep, that really terrible one. And believe it or not, replacing just your worst window can really help improve your home's comfort and energy efficiency. Here's a one window customer. Looks great. Another one window job. Love the black. And gives one door. We'll also replace a patio door or your entry door with our custom-built ensemble entry door systems. Renewal by Andersen is the replacement window division of Andersen, and Andersen brand products are #1 in quality and ranked #1 in performance. With us, you're not just buying a new window or door, you are adding value to your home. And did you know that Renewal by Andersen has replaced windows in nearly 2 million homes across the United States? This is why we will not pressure you to replace all your windows. We'll do just the one. We're so confident in our products, process, and people. We know you'll call us down the road when it's time to replace more windows and doors. Give us your worst window now and give us a chance to earn your trust. And when it comes to giving you a price, there's no waiting and no guessing. The day we meet with you is the day you get an exact price quote, even if it's just one window. Renewal by Andersen is ready to solve your window and door problems. Get started by calling or going online today. 1-800-704-4200. I can tell people
This is the problem.
that they should try therapy. I can really be myself again, and I have this can support my better health.
Big helpy.
Hey, stop what you're doing. Pray with me. Jesus Christ, Son of the living God.
Standard. He is in the vents when you hear him coming. Open up the panel and use the hitting and you force him out. It's a good idea to heat the vents from time to time. Click the panel to wipe its box or else it will come for you. Also, I would recommend winding the box up a lot because it is very active.
Forget the warm-up.
Phantom BB sometimes when bringing up the panel, his whole face would cover it. Put the panel down to get rid of it. Click on orange bunny to bring up panel and click anywhere to put it back down.
We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. With Ethos, it's so fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same day coverage. Check your price today at ethos.com. World Cup fans from around the globe are giving America one heck of a 250th birthday present. Telling us how awesome the U.S. is. From Buc-ee's to baseball, the Scotch national team, 80 thousands of members of the Tartan Army took over Fenway Park in Boston. Watch this.
Red Robin.
Okay, that whole one. Scott carefully weighed in on a national American debate. Which state has the best food?
Well, that's a tough one, right? I've had some really great food, right? And I'm afraid I'm going to offend a lot of different states by saying this, right? But
Texas barbecue, that's definitely up there. I want to say chicken fried steak as well. I know those are both Texas specialties, so I don't know what I spent on else, but this was great. But you know, different food cultures as well in different states. Then in Louisiana, so a lot more. There's just so many great options.
And these Japanese fans in Texas might agree. Texas is everything.
I still speak English, but I'm excited.
How to play? How to.
Houston Astros game. He even said that he got tickets to see country star Ella Langley at one of those after discovering her and declaring her music the official soundtrack of his script. Emily, I absolutely love this. I love it so much. My favorite part is how everyone is embracing them. Because what makes me nervous is when we always like attack the opposing team. You know what I mean? So I love that being like, we love all of them. We're highlighting that they're getting free tickets everywhere, free hotel rooms and everything. I keep enjoying the United States. We love it so much, and I get that fresh food in California. At least if only we can bring some of that patriotism here, because I saw an NBC poll where it was like 70% used to be extremely proud to be American, and it's now 30%. You know, can we do a slot? I love this. I'm so jealous of Freddie, the guy who gets to go to that Langley concert. She always said she was going to meet him, so if you're watching, like, but no, so I love this. Also, Go America, right? So first time in a World Cup match, we scored 4 goals, and in the last World Cup, the men event, they only scored 3 goals throughout the entire tournament, yet 4 goals in one game. So it looks like America is doing great. Oh, I didn't know Ella was going to meet Freddie. That's what I read. So I'm extremely jealous. Maybe her too, right? I love her. And maybe that'll be like a great American love story. Maybe they'll call love call. I think to say that Ella.
You know, it makes me feel sort of under or uneducated because I've never heard of one. It's like I don't know a lot of these things that they like so much. I've been all over the world. I feel like I haven't explored America enough. And I've watched a couple of these videos, and I gotta say, the Texas barbecue looks unbelievable. And the other lesson here is that Americans are trying to these people in the world. Like I said, been all over the place. You ask an American for directions, your problem's not going to be getting a response. It's going to be getting rid of that person. That's not the case around the world.
Well, wait until they discover Taco Bell, Kennedy. They'll really like that. Oh, yeah. And Taco Bell are the places where you can go. And I love Waffle House.
Like, oh my god. That fucking office is so good. It looks so good.
So gross, so disgusting, but they're like, what? You go to a Mexican restaurant and you get a bowl of chips, and then when you eat it, they give you another one for free, and they refill your Coke without asking. That's like, yes, in so many ways, it is the borderland, and we're happy to have people here, and even more happy that people are embracing and not player hating, because that would have been, you would assume that would be people's go-to, and it's not. And that means there are more good people than bad actors. Although you and I went to a soccer game in Germany, in Munich, and it was incredible and insane. So I feel like to have Freddie and everyone love it here when they are coming from the pinnacle of what fandom is and the machine that is soccer over there. Like it's very humbling for us too.
Does Team USA have a shot?
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're good. How they do against Australia on Friday? They beat Turkey. Yeah, so we got to run guys. Tune in tonight. I'll be hosting for Lori Burke 7 p.m. Tune in American Reports.
Looking forward to that. Thank you, Gilly. Breaking down new images emerging from a foil attack that set to target the UFC's Freedom 250 event at the White House. It's frightening stuff, Sandra. We're on John Roberts in Washington. Good to be with you.
And good to be with you, John. On this Tuesday afternoon, I'm Sandra Smith in New York. This is America Reports. The FBI says the alleged drone terror plot could have ended in mass casualties.
This is a massive investigation involved at least a dozen FBI field offices, resulting in at least 5 people being taken into custody. Investigators have also identified 23 other people as part of a network of plotters.
Vice President J.D. Vance spoke on the alleged coordination. It's just fun.
23 people do not get to the point where they're going to get president in Washington, D.C. without some serious funding, without some serious coordination. And we've actually been trying to go with those networks of coordination because it's a terrorist plot. That's not a few guys doing crazy stuff. That is a coordinated coordinated plan, terrorist plot.
Our justice correspondent David Sponto reads us off live from Washington on that. David?
Hi, Sandra and John. The Deputy Secret Service Director said within the last couple of hours that investigators are still
It crashed.
and more people will.
Oh no! It crashed.
Box. The alleged plan was to use drones with explosives near the UAV.
I can honky nose! Ah. Yeah!
Planning to storm the White House gate. The entire plot, though, Sandra and John, may have been stopped by a concerned mother in Ohio. Those involved in the alleged plot were arrested in Ohio, Nebraska, Missouri, and California. In Ohio, investigators say 19-year-old Tyson Cropper's mother called police after she was concerned about her son's recent conduct, including firearms purchases and communications with people online, according to authorities. When she, the mother, asked Cropper, meeting her son, what he was doing, he said he couldn't tell her exactly what he was doing. But they were looking at multiple different.
Control you to online.
As well.
And he is in front of you.
Cropper's mother believes it runs
Shock him. Be careful with slates.
according to
Loading one.
these several boxes of ammunition from Cropper and a rifle painted with an American flag. Cropper spoke to investigators.
Oh.
Spilling the beans on others was allegedly involved in the plot via different chat networks in Southern California. Authorities arrested and charged two men with conspiracy to commit murder. 24-year-old Brian Roa and 33-year-old Michael Thomas. In court documents, investigators say that Cropper was in touch with both men. Investigators say they got screen grabs from one of the phones of an alleged plotter that feature aerial photos and maps of locations in and around Washington, D.C. Authorities say there were discussions about where snipers should be placed and drones launched. Sources at this point, Sandra and John, say there is no indication of any type of foreign nexus regarding this alleged plot that thankfully never materialized. Back to you.
Thankfully, indeed, Dan Spot. Thank you. John?
Thank you.
Thankfully, indeed, yes. 50 accused anti-ICE agitators are facing new charges in Minnesota. Suspects reportedly had links to two Antifa groups that aim to violently oppose federal immigration enforcement. Eric Tinney is on the Stories Life Force in Chicago. Hi, Eric.
Yeah, John, these charges are the latest example of the administration's efforts to track down and prosecute any left-wing extremist groups that are behind some of the more impressive anti-ICE programs that we've seen taking place across the country. In this case, the Justice Department is charged with 15 individuals with ties to two Minnesota-based Antifa-aligned groups. Federal prosecutors say these groups, Direct Action Minnesota and the Black Hat Workers Collective, are highly critical of peaceful protests and promote violent militant action to protest ICE by training members to aggressively use shields, surveil federal agents, and how it plan and carry out rapid mobilization operations against federal agents.
These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all joined in agreement, a conspiracy, to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force.
All 15 individuals charged are from the Twin Cities area. This morning, federal agents took 12 into custody, 2 remain at large, and 1 is already in custody for separate federal charges. This is him, Kyle Black. Prosecutors say he is a leader of the group Direct Action Minnesota and has openly acknowledged he is Antifa. Just a few months ago, he was charged with threatening federal agents, calling for attacks against women, and cyberstalking. In Minnesota and across the country, federal prosecutors have a mixed bag in terms of cases against anti-ICE protesters, with a lot of those cases eventually being dismissed.
No.
The U.S. Attorney from Minnesota said they are confident these cases will hold up, and he said this investigation is ongoing, so it's certainly possible additional charges against other.
No.
John? All right, we shall see. Garrett Tinney with the update from Chicago. Garrett, the center.
Choose your bruh.
All right, President Trump is about to cap off another busy day at the G7 summit with a dinner between world leaders. And at the center of these conversations is, of course, the U.S. deal with Iran, set to be formally signed on Friday. Our senior White House correspondent, Peter Reese, is reporting live in Geneva, Switzerland on all of that for us. Hello, Peter.
And Sandra, as we look ahead to that signing ceremony at a resort in Lucerne, Switzerland on Friday, We should not expect to see Big Man handing a big check over to his Iranian counterparts. President Trump is explaining here on the sidelines of the G7 that there is a difference between giving Iran $300 billion and letting them have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund.
We'll have to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful on that oil. But if we left a week ago, just left, before the last two attacks, it would have taken them 20 years to rebuild Iran. So, but I'll go over the document with the media in a couple of days.
This is what the president is getting at. The Wall Street Journal has an item that just dropped a few minutes ago. The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict. People familiar with
No.
the provision for waivers on sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing the agreement this week. And that fits with the two-step process the Vice President's been talking about. Step one, Iran stops pursuing a nuke. Step two, Iran gets to rejoin the global economy. Something that President Trump needs, though, is the elimination of enriched uranium. Well, a few weeks ago, he has decided against the mission to go and take the so-called nuclear dust. But
We have big equipment. We get it, we'll destroy it. In fact, we're not going to take one, we're going to destroy it. We have plenty of it.
And it seems like he lacks details surrounding understanding so far is
Can't do the high note. I can't even do a higher note.
so it's possible.
Can't do a higher note. Do a higher note. Can't do a higher note. Do a higher note. No.
We'll be watching for more of those details. And Peter Ducey, thank you. John?
Sam, let's bring it forward.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
In terms of the details, we kind of know a broad framework of this memorandum of understanding. The president and other administration officials have said it will be coming out. And in fact, this morning in Geneva, the president said this.
I will actually not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word, unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA. It is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon. And I see these people say, but we already have one. Words, he paid a fortune for it. We'll pay nothing.
So we got Bill, we can compare it to the JCPOA, but certainly a lot of people are rushing to use it. Should they just hold their fire until we know what's in?
Well, it sounds great to be waiting. Yeah, we should all just hold our fire. We should get a chance to see this document just as soon as possible. Everybody's out telling stories. The Iranians are out telling stories. The Israelis are out telling stories. Well, yeah, there's reporters who think they got the latest scoop. Let's see what the document actually says. President Trump can't go back to the JCPOA because he's already done far more than Barack Obama ever did. Right? The Iranians are far away from a nuclear weapon compared to where they were with President Obama and Secretary Kerry, Robert Malley, and Wendy Sherman signed that horrible deal that put the whole world at risk. So we're already in a better place. What I hope is that the stories that there's going to be a lot of money transferred to their machine because we think they're going to become a normal nation and they're going to give up their desire for a nuclear weapon. John, I must say, my interactions with the Iranians, my observations are that that's not happening. They do not want to be a normal nation. They're not sorry for what they've done for the last 47 years. They are theocrats still intent on the destruction of Israel and the United States of America. So we need to take down their capabilities. That means no money. That means an effort to make sure that it's very difficult for the regime to continue to kill its own people. If the deal can achieve that, it will have been a successful outcome in any worthy campaign by President Trump. Now,
Kind of your point there about the money and whether or not Iran should receive that. We hear that somewhere built into this deal, there's this idea of an up to $300 billion fund that would be fronted by Gulf nations to help Iran rebuild infrastructure, oil infrastructure, electricity infrastructure. If they play ball, they fundamentally change as a nation. Here's what the vice president said about that.
You see the propagandists are saying, here are all the things Iran gets. And the fine print, which actually the big print in the actual agreement is, they don't get any of that stuff unless they totally transform themselves as a country. And if they do, that's a huge win for everybody, for the region. If they don't, no skin off our backs.
I mean, obviously, it would be a huge win for the region if Iran would have something that they would give up its terrorist ideologies and its debt to America and Israel mantra and become a functional member of the community of nations. As you point out, there's very little chance of them doing that, which would mean, I guess, that there's very little chance of them getting any access to this fund.
Yes, if the vice president's statement is accurate, and the Iranians, importantly, and the Iranians understand it, that
Very well.
As yet
Well,
seen,
well,
not just the Iranians,
well.
the people who matter, not the guy who's going to sign the agreement. The IRGC, who is firmly in control, and the IFO.
Stop.
If those folks decide they want to become a
Didn't I just? Oh, I'm not even.
It seems like the probability of that is very low today. So,
Pressing the space button does not even make it pause.
Foot off their neck while we have the chance to.
Does not even make it pause.
For the United States of America President.
So this is something on the pause.
Whether that's through a direct transfer.
Pause.
Even releasing the Iranians' own money.
I am really trying to.
You've seen this before. We've seen this bad movie. That money is not going to provide healthcare, medicine, and food for the Iranian people. It is going to go to rebuild their missile program, rebuild the IRGC, buy more weapon systems from Russia and from China. That money that goes to the Iranian regime will be used for a bad purpose. If I'm wrong, and the Iranians have turned over a new leaf, would be no one would be happy.
You know, I haven't seen many leopards actually change their spots, so I'm kind of with you on that. I wanted to ask you about this because the plot against the UFC Freedom 250 event on Sunday night really seems to be frightening because there were 4,300 attendees on the south lawn of the White House. 1,200 of those were active duty service members. And then just south of the south lawn on the ellipse, there were 85,000 people at a viewing party. If it had not been for this mother hive who noticed suspicious activity by her son, firearm purchases, talking to various people, not being able to tell them what was going on. God knows what could have.
John, this is absolutely frightening. Bless that mother for doing the right thing. That's in fact how this all unfolded. Good work by the FBI. You know, it reminds me, John, how many times I saw amazing work by law enforcement, the FBI, by our intelligence partners around the world. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that's now lapsed was often part of that, may not have been here. We need to be ever vigilant that terrorists now can have very cheap, very capable weapon systems. We've seen that in the Middle East and in Ukraine. We are in a very dangerous place with respect to this technology, and our law enforcement needs to be unleashed to make sure that we can continue to protect the American people from precisely the kind of threats that these people were saying.
Yeah, that really is frightening. This plot allegedly had planned. Mr. Secretary, always good to catch up with you. Thanks for spending time today.
Thank you, John. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, John. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the crazy action in the energy markets. Look at this. Crude oil right now, 76 and change. It dipped to 76 even, down 6% on the day. So we're back to $76 a barrel. Mohammed Al-Area is here. He will weigh in on what is for oil and gas pending this deal with Iran.
Plus a tragedy, big one at Edwards Air Force Base in California. B-52 bomber crashes moments after takeoff, killing all 8 crew members on board. What was the cause?
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, he's diet. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental Journey. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
I told you I don't need these anymore. I have Sling. This critical time calls for that Sling provides.
The most important news at the best price. Sling lets you do that. If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, call New Day USA. We're here to serve you with the same respect and commitment you gave our country. Automatic authority from the VA. We can help you borrow up to 100% of your home's value with the New Day 100 VA cash out loan. Get an average of $83,000 to pay off car loans, credit cards, and more. At New Day, we look at you, not just your credit score. Call 1-888-928-2089. Real Legs Max Drink, 1,500 milligrams of acid neutralizing power for serious relief. Am I a cowboy now? No. Real Legs spells relief.
You can stop this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with farmers, you can get quality and savings.
Jumpy! Oh, never mind. Jumpy scare, no jumpy scare. No. No, never mind, jumpy scare.
It's time to talk about your next season. For more than 30 years, Right at Home has provided seniors the care they need. Go ahead, break the volume. We got you. USPS is increased daily package processing 46%. USPS advantage. Your packaging stay in our secure network. Talk to door, live, for full visibility. Your real time. Price for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
An exclusive adjustment from the President's deal with the rate. Well, in Washington, the Senate Majority Leader details it all in tonight on Special Report.
Want a great breakfast at a great price? Perkins Great American Trio is just $5.99. For the real value, somewhere between serve and sizzle, you forget you decided to take a turn on your son's bike ramp. Perkins, putting your comfort in comfort.
Chevy Silverado drivers.
Perkins.
5 years. Take interest on their new truck. Just announced. For a limited time, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1,500 miles. Take on new adventures. Make new memories. And leave interest behind. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be? Amazon offers to hire the employees health care for $5 a week with $5 copays. Safety.
Should I go along?
No. Don't tell your mother anything. Amazon offers hourly employees health care day one for the whole family.
Fox News alert: a fire engulfing an 11th century cathedral in Kyiv after a Russian missile and drone barrage across the Ukrainian capital. It is one of the oldest and most sacred sites in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. The Ukrainian President Zelensky is currently on the sidelines at the G7 summit, where President Trump called for an end to the war.
Look, Russia should make a deal. Russia's lost tremendous amounts of payment. So is Ukraine. I'm meeting with him again later on today.
Okay, the attack on Kyiv made another deadly strike on Russia as the war presses on for more than 4 years now.
Right now, an investigation is underway into the deadly crash of the B-52 bomber in California. 8 people were killed after the aircraft went down at Edwards Air Force Base. It happened yesterday morning. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin was live from Washington with the budget.
Hi, John. Well, when a plane like the B-52 Stratofortress crashes so soon after takeoff, it is likely a combination of mechanical failure, such as hydraulic system failing, or engine failure that leads to a loss of thrust or overload and balance issues can cause the nose to pitch up or down and lead to a loss of control. If the plane is too heavy or has an incorrect center of gravity, or if it hits a flock of birds, there's little time for the pilot to recover. Or incorrect speed or rotation angle during takeoff can be the result of pilot error.
It took off, and immediately after takeoff, crashed, and burst into flames. After doing the
footage of the crash. It was deemed that this was an unrecoverable crash and unsurvivable.
The eight-engine aircraft initially flew northeast at around 11:10 a.m., gradually turning farther north before abruptly hooking northwest and plunging at a rate of more than 5,000 feet per minute and crashing on the airfield at about 11:20 a.m. Video captured by local news stations showed a smoldering blackened crash site on the airfield where the plane went down. The bomber typically carries a crew of 5, but 8 people were on board this aircraft, including the military crew, government civilians, and 2 Boeing employees. Families of those 8 are currently being notified. Edwards, north of Los Angeles, is the Air Force's primary base to test and develop new aircraft and weapons. The B-52 first entered service in 1955 and was last built in 1962, but it remains a key part of the U.S. military. It was used in the war in Iran and is one of the 3 legs of America's nuclear triad, meaning it can drop nuclear bombs. The service has about 70 B-52s remaining in its inventory. Most are based at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana and Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, and some are kept at Edwards for testing. Monday's crash, John, would mark the first B-52 crash since one of the bombers crashed in Guam in May 2016 when a suspected bird strike led to a catastrophic chain of events. Miraculously, all 7 of those crew members survived. Unfortunately, yesterday's crash led to no survivors. John.
What a tragedy. Jane Greffer with the latest Jim thing. Sid?
Okay, let's take a look at those energy prices because they are all the talk on Wall Street and Main Street right now. Dow up 470 points today as oil prices continue to plummet. President Trump says that ships are moving through the Strait of Hormuz and the traffic is picking up daily.
Ships are starting to move now. We're gonna have it fully open by Friday. The ships are starting to move nicely. Oil is starting to go.
Whoa.
The prices are coming down rapidly. Stock markets are going.
Yay!
Let's bring in Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed El-Larry. Mohammed, thank you so much. What a critical moment you are joining us.
Freddy and Bonnie and Chica.
Dropping below $76 a barrel. First time we have seen this going back to March, Mohammed. This is a significant drop in oil prices. Does that mean we're going to see the gas prices come down too?
Yes, it does. I mean, it's amazing. We were at 92 for the barrel 5 days ago, and we now below 76. That's a 20% decline. And what does that mean? It means for the average American, the price of regular is going to dip below $4 a gallon for the first time.
Okay, if anyone is here, it's time. Oh, never mind. It's time to play FNAF Simulator.
I'm looking at the price of gasoline, and it's already been on the decline overnight.
Record.
$4.04 a gallon. You're predicting it's going to drop below $4. I look at the current situation, and I see what appears to be a lot of calm in the markets and satisfaction from what those market watchers have heard from this Iran deal. Although, Mohammed, as we kick things off with Secretary Pompeo at the top of the hour, there are still a lot of details to this deal we do not know. President Trump says he's going to read it out loud. But what details are you looking for? What portion of the deal do we not know that could affect markets?
So to my mind, there's 4 uncertainties. One is the details and can there be agreement on the details? Vice President J.D. Vance said there's still lots of details to work out. The second has to do with the third parties.
Freddy Fazbear.
Helping demining the straits. How will other countries react? The third issue has to do with how quickly can we restore not just shipment, but production. And we got good news.
Freddy Fazbear.
You know, they got hit hard at the beginning. We thought that they would be off production for about 2 years. We now learned that they can bring
Motherfucker.
a month. So there's still things to sort out, but I think overall, it is good news. The markets are excited. They may be too excited. That's up again today. But, you know, there's a very good
Boom! Wait.
Hopefully the economy will continue to pick up.
Yeah, and toll free is what
Boom!
is explaining is happening. They're moving no tolls, and that's a permanent decision on the Strait of Hormuz. And talking to two senior
Freddy 2.
yesterday,
It's Freddy 2. Sound is Freddy 2.
for a little bit, moved up to 20 to 30 per day. And in the coming days, they say that number will be 40 to 50. Return to normal would be 140. They said it's going to take some time to get there, but we will certainly see. I want to end by asking you what all of this means, big picture for interest rates. This greatly affects our economy here at home, our housing market as well. This is the Wall Street Journal article on Kevin Warsh wanting the Fed to stop explaining everything.
How many points I got?
Communication,
78!
and that box the committee in. It says official fixed speeches or interviews on every side of every equation. Warsh wants the Fed to say less and let markets do more of the work. Well, markets are busy at work right now. So what happens with those interest rates, and what impact will Warsh have on the overall markets?
So Chair Wolf is absolutely right. We need to reform the communication by official, and it's just part of the list of reforms that he intends to pursue at the central bank and that are long overdue. We will have an announcement tomorrow. He will have his first press conference tomorrow. They won't do anything with interest rates. They won't cut interest rates tomorrow. They won't hike interest rates. That's just wait.
No!
That's okay, then they wouldn't have been otherwise, and that's important for forward guidance. I think what we need to focus on some in the short term
Wait.
are the reforms that the new chair intends to pursue, because that's going to keep to our economic well-being longer term.
Very interesting stuff. And I want to note that we're watching crude oil now drop to the lowest point it's been since this war started now. As we're speaking,
Get Freddy 2, bitch.
seems to be during this conflict. This American stock market has been incredibly resilient.
Got 102. Plus my 78 equals 180.
We'll look for that drop below $4, by the way, gasoline.
Freddy, Bonnie, Chaka, Foxy, and these mini games.
Sailors or soldiers in our way.
Well, it's pretty incredible. It was first, and Fox News gets an exclusive look at the drone boats behind the rescue of the Apache helicopter pilots in the Middle East. It's still listening.
Plus, the Mandani effect as far left candidate gains traction in the race with DC. There, my Fleischer is here with his reaction next.
How will you feel if she emerges victorious in next Tuesday's
Oh.
And then we take back Washington on a federal basis. We won't put up with it.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about why refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in why refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest in 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? And you have the freedom to take your monthly interest basket or reinvest it, whatever you choose. You invest with my refi, and this is calculated daily on your payment. Would you like to watch the paper? Just call 877. That's 8773. Invest or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum. Scan this QR code to view the disclosures that you'll need. Why refi? Investing in America's future.
Okay, next one we have is Bonnie Simulator.
Each lasted 4 hours or more. Both
The simulator of Bonnie.
the treatment is 4 times.
Ik blog games.
Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle. This can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck injection, side pain, and bleeding. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history. Muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 90% of people should take Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may be $0.
What the fuck? Give me the bit.
Most homes are prepared for simple things, like scrapes and snippets. But what about for your home?
Wrong answer.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000
B, 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 a 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 B, 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 a B, B, a B, B, a B, B, a B, yeah, B, B, yeah, B, a B, a B, a B.
Right now, you see voters heading to the polls where far left candidate for mayor sounds a lot like New York City Mayor Milgram and Mayor Donnie. Denise Lewis George is hoping to run our nation's capital and plans for increased childcare, social housing, and expansive rent control. Our some that just ahead, but first, Rich Edson is reporting live from Washington.
Good afternoon, Senator. Council member and Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis George is considered one of the top candidates in this very crowded field. She was out campaigning earlier today. West DC, where she met some supporters, talked to reporters as well. She is arguably one of the most progressive members on a very progressive DC council. So much so, President Trump is threatening to take over the city if she wins. Comments that she's campaigning on.
I believe that the president, saying that he would, harm home rule or revoke home rule based on, his opinion of who he wants voters to elect, to me is an attack on democracy in and of itself.
So we spoke right here this morning with the top opponent for safety would draw even more attention from the White House.
My opponent, on the other hand, is consistently voted in ways that supports policy that make DC less safe. We're not out of the woods yet when it comes to public safety, and residents want somebody who's prepared on day one.
McDuffie says he wants to hire 1,000 more police officers, and he's criticized.
Obi-Wan. What?
Residents pose a public safety threat. Now, results could take a few days. DC is using ranked choice.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 1, 3, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3.
All right, the Jets in there, Washington for safety are done.
Shannon, let's bring in our collection from the White House press secretary and Fox News contributor. So a lot of Democratic strategists who are more moderate than the left end of the Republicans, who I have talked to on this program and said, look, when it came to Mondani, that was a unique, singular, local phenomenon, wasn't going to be repeated elsewhere. This is spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, but yet Mondani, when the Democrats have made a welcoming home for the socialist movement. In 2017, John, there's 35 elected Democrat Socialists of America in offices across the United States. Today, there are more than 250, including 2 members of Congress. And you're going to have that. There's going to be a 3rd member of Congress coming from Philadelphia, New York, Morris primary. Depending on what happens in New York State, with 3 more members of Congress coming out of the socialist bloc, making it 6.
Oh, ha, 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 ha. 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 Ha.
The socialists are on the march inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, indeed. And just had this handy little TSA election trip. So far, they've got 133 candidates, 14.
Okay, up next we got
27 in Los
Chica later. Mr. Snake Games.
The appeal of socialist candidates. Even some critics of the movement acknowledge that progressive candidates have successfully capitalized. Conservative Democratic politics is party leaders PhDs and college degrees. That way you get the socialist. And that is not your typical group that supports socialism. It's really upper income people with college degrees and PhDs.
According to one of Scott's games, the first ever jump scare he ever got was by Chica.
It's a fascinating thing. Why are they giving up on?
I see, bro.
But Donald Trump did very well with young people in 2024 election. So nothing's locked in stone with that group. What seems to be a locked-in trend is socialists are increasingly winning inside Democratic cities.
No!
Sometimes tending to lean toward the elite as well. The New York Post has got something on Janice Lewis George, suggesting that she is maybe a high-value hitter. Far-left D.C. mayoral candidate Janice Lewis George, who's begging for an endorsement from New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, bought $1 million home in April.
Yes!
Suggesting single-family zoning was a tool of segregation. The Post considered. It's a case of do as I say.
Oh my god, my arm is melting.
The weakness, the socialism has always been. When you go to communist countries or you went to socialist countries, Margaret Thatcher. All right. Thanks for joining us.
Right. I studied by a brand new report. How did the government lose track of $1 trillion in your taxpayer money? House Majority Whip Tom Emmer will be here on that.
You heard that right. $3 trillion plus. Federal agents announced new charges involving accused anti-ICE agitators made on TV. Brett Tolman next up.
The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States.
This program is brought to you by Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin supplement brand.
Read these tips, okay? I am!
That's my job.
The #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin supplement brand.
Your sister's on girl.
Early, that's headache. We've got that. Try Pink Glow, the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Pink Glow, the aches pain, strangles, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast.
Got ya! Ha ha ha!
Insurance plan like an AARP Medicare supplement.
A good choice for people on Medicare. It's smart for you to have now
I'm 65.
and later on for the future you.
I'm 70-ish.
It's really smart.
Hey, looking good. You made a great choice for us.
With this type of plan, see any doctor or visit any hospital that accepts Medicare patients. There are no networks. Your healthcare future.
Read these tips, okay?
I picked her doctor. And when I needed a specialist, no referrals needed, right? Bingo.
In fact, see any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona, my plan goes for me. Grandkids! I can't wait.
Don't worry about surprise medical bills either. You'll know upfront about how much your care will cost. And knowing your expenses makes planning your financial future easier.
I'm glad my husband and I can use our savings to do the things we want to do. I'm glad I don't have to shop for a new plan every year.
That's right. Once you enroll, your coverage is guaranteed for as long as you keep this plan. Have questions? Call United Healthcare now to talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer. They know a lot about what makes these plans smart now and really smart later. Or just ask for this free guide, benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare options. Year to year, 94% of members renew their plan. And Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards of service and quality. So give United Healthcare a call today and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Wendy, look at you. Thanks again for looking out for me. Well, we're in this together.
An AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare. Smart now, really smart later.
If you're frustrated with occasional bloating or gas, your body's giving you signs. It's time to try a line. A line probiotic is specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve irritation and bloated gas. The other signs, it's time to try a line. Travelers swear by this one trip. What such a small?
She's been scrolling chocolate bites for hours. Now she's got influencer brain.
Gotta use kayak. Even there, I'm just side, so you always get your brain.
Kayak. Got that right.
What was that, Sam?
We get to make that American dream a reality.
It's that look in their eyes when they have a place to call their home. I see people get the keys to their house. I'm like, yeah, go get that home.
I get to do that.
I help people home.
But the arrogance.
Next one.
So bring out your American dream.
You are a pirate.
California is now infamous high-speed trains you nowhere, way over budget and years behind schedule, facing an uncertain future. Both remaining candidates for governor promising major changes.
You are a pirate.
Reporting live weekend for California on all that.
Ow.
Despite both candidates calling for this project to see the reduced price and it's still going on as expected. This is the Hanford Viaduct. We're 60 feet up in the air right now. This is going to be the largest structure in the Central Valley of California. And just 60 miles south of there is where the first tracks no federal funding. The Department of Transportation costs from Chowdhury said federal dollars will lead to more private investment.
To get that back behind on what it does is creates more certainty for private investors. All the back from the state and from the federal government.
No! This makes me feel like a pirate.
Steve Hilton
isn't a fan still, but he is changing course a little bit, telling us exclusively the political establishment keeps changing the rules and sending billions more taxpayer dollars into a project that clearly no longer matches what voters approve. It needs to stop, but he still wants to see the project work in a way that he sees fit if he becomes the next governor. This Central Valley portion that we're working on right now is expected to be done by 2033, Sandra.
Kelly Severi on that progress, really giving us a inside look at where they've been able to get with it, which isn't exactly far. Yeah, Kelly, thank you. John?
Yeah, you can't ride that train just yet. New York City looking to expand Arizona Mondani's city-owned grocery store. And San Francisco could...
Gotcha, bitch!
Our economic...
Yeah! We are pirates.
Eat your fruits and vegetables. I do think that fruits and vegetables are the superfoods. I try to eat really healthy, and I do exercise as much as I can.
Everything in this pirate ship is 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. It's all 30. You are a pirate!
Balance of Nature. Learn more at balanceofnature.com.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but we can have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet. Even a steak and perch. As a sucker doctor, now that I'm older myself, I can survive. Survival on Vitic. Survive also comes in a spray for heart feature. Hey, older half. But letting the shame doesn't. It gives you a freedom spot. Feel alive. It gives up. Well, the church just fine for a great price. Customize your change. Sling lets you do that. He's back to white. Veteran homeowners, if you need cash, now's a good time to tap into the value you can build up in a home. A New Day USA. For service to get the cash. $83,000. And you can too.
We call it about $68,201.
Call New Day USA. The financial peace and mind you and your family deserve. Thank you, God. Call 1-866-262-00. Or go to newdayusa.com. So the funds giving plus experience. Visit tonight on the 5. There's no better time than now to place those old drafty windows. Everyone is looking to cut costs where they can. And just by replacing it with new energy efficient windows, you can save big on cooling and heating costs. Right now, buy one window, get 30% off. But if you must buy 30 days, buy this window, get 100% off. We've arranged with our banks for low payments, no interest financing. All of our Central American banks backed by our famous lifetime warranty. DJ Patrick today started on the window section. Almost Westwall 20 anniversary sale. And that means we're actually and we go to 65,500 almost across. We're also paving the way for new standards, like the back and we're ready to get problems extra safe. This keeps you 20% off the vaccine, but 20 months of no payments and no interest financing with no money down.
Gotcha, bitch!
This is your opportunity to take your bathroom from old and outdated like this and turn it into something new. With 20 months of no payments, no and no money down to get started. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. What's Short Home? Remodeling, reimagining.
You! It's you.
President Trump there, front and center. Unlike
Do what you want as a pop.
In Peru, he was relegated to the back of the crowd there. Emmanuel Macron. And then I guess Jamie Vance is going to be over to Geneva to sign the
Federal agents have filed charges against 15 accused anti-ICE agitators in Minnesota. Many of them stem from violent protests outside a state immigration facility earlier this year. Joining us now, Brett Tolman, a former federal prosecutor, former U.S. attorney for Utah, and the executive director of Right on Crime. I want to put up the charges over these anti-ICE protests. I think are serious. We're talking about conspiracy to intimidate federal violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault.
Come out. It's time for the pirate shanty.
We are utilizing our best and a federal criminal statute surrounding conspiracy and we've failed to use that for so many years to get organized activity like this, criminal activity, serious activity. What you'll see, Sandra, is utilizing this conspiracy statute will allow them to actually get anybody that had any part, whether it's forwarding emails to others, any part of the organization, even if they didn't, conspire to necessarily hurt someone, if they were part of organizing.
I gotcha. I did it.
Just 10 to possibly more years in federal prison with no parole.
Yeah, I think that sends a major message. This is Daniel Rosen, U.S.
You are a pirate.
This is during a presser yesterday. Listen.
Members of their hard blockade team.
He's come out of his cove. Time for the pirate shanty.
RV trailers that they were hedgehogs and ice blocks that they would throw at law enforcement to obstruct roads used by law enforcement in order to impede.
To go back to my point, with these charges now being
Let's go now.
We've got members of Congress who refuse to recognize that Antifa
Yes.
and domestic terrorists in this country.
You won.
Sending the right message and one that can be, deterring others from getting involved. And hopefully we dismantle these organizations and never see them come back.
Brett, I wonder what the environment is like for these ICE.
Any pirate shanty?
You go back to the reason why some of them one of the main
Look at the
out there because their families fought. ICE agents were doxxed. Their families were doxxed. What's the environment like for them right now as this goes on?
They're getting tremendous support from their leadership, which is critical for them if they want.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! I did it though. My dog. You are a pirate.
These agents are very good law enforcement officers. They work hard. They have families.
Time to go and sing the pirate shanty.
We should be condemning anybody that is putting their lives in harm's way. Because all they're doing is trying to secure our country.
All new to 250 years ago, a nation born in revolution, founded by an idea, freedom. That one simple declaration.
Took us to places you never dreamed of. From 13 small
United States. It's a leader of the free world.
You're stupid.
You fucking word. Free. It is great. America isn't just a place. It's an idea.
My call's great idea. We're stronger.
America 250. Top news. America is watching.
These eyes want to move up.
These say
Better care. That doesn't hurt your bank. With a quality eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses at one great price. An eye exam plus 2 pairs of glasses for $95 at America's Best. Nothing more with that. He still gets each other. You put this menopausal osteoporosis in a highly fractured patient. 12 months with envy. Amenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Have serious events that occur with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the base of your throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about symptoms. Or thigh pain, unusual thigh fractures that occur with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building bone with Evenity. See you tomorrow. Today's weather is more unpredictable than ever. You can get away from this weather, but your house can't. If you don't have the right windows and doors, you're just.
I got you now!
Renewal by Anderson is the nation's best door replacement solution. We don't just build our own windows, we actually make our own window frame material. It's designed for extreme weather with the strength and insulation of wood and the low maintenance of vinyl. We call it 5-Rex material, but you might as well call it magic. Why? Because our windows won't work like vinyl.
Hold on, let me take care of something for a second. Something for a second. Something for a second. Something for a second. Something for a second.
Now let's talk about installation because this is where things can take a fast turn, and you don't want that headache. You know who installs our windows? We do. Our certified master installers are true craftsmen with years of experience. Remember, we're the replacement window division of Anderson, and Anderson's been around for over 120 years. We are not going anywhere. The other guys, yeah, sometimes they disappear, especially if things go wrong. We will answer the phone, and we will come out if there's ever a problem. Protect your home from all this crazy weather and pay nothing for 1 year. That's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. Scan the QR code or call us at 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200. If you're frustrated with the condition of running gas, your body's giving you signs. It's time to try a line. A line probiotic is specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve irritation of bloated your gas. When you feel the signs, it's time to try a line. These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Top of the new hour, President Trump right now huddling with world leaders at the G7 summit in France as a breakthrough Middle East deal reaches a critical point with a new coalition of U.S. allies rallying behind the plan to block Iran's path to a nuclear weapon.
What reply would Hold on for a second. I'm gonna like turn the fucking phone back on.
You see how
Yep. Okay. I kept the TV on.
Should have touched it in the first place.
Where? It's, no. Wait. How is there a glass of water if we're already under water? Stop breaking the laws of physics! Z. Welcome to Free Nights with Freddy is. Create your account and you'll get 50 gold thing. Is this a FNAF simulator or just an RPG? I hope it isn't an RPG, because that completely wastes my time. Like, I don't want to do a FNAF RPG. Aw, kitty. Oh, sorry. Oh, oh.
What the hell are you doing?
I accidentally. Always with the damn cord. It falls off, and it's always the damn cord. It's always because of the damn cord.
Put your shoes up here. So I can vacuum.
Huh?
Shoes. So I can vacuum.
Do what you want because of piracy. You are a pirate. Oh. No! Damn it! Always the damn cord. It happens. Always with the damn cord.
On destroying their navy when you talk about, essentially eliminating their ability to protect power as much as possible. I think that you can fairly say that's been achieved. But this
Yes! Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha 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 ha!
a lot more out of this regime, especially past history.
You success this night. When you are in the night, select press enter to pass the next night.
Back in April, that would be calling a ceasefire. Cut off the head of the snake, and push for
So when you're running in the past, say you are a pirate.
I think that the pause happened to
Freddy. Bonnie.
do with domestic
Bonnie.
security policy and what I
Yo!
decisions that are based on that, especially because there are a lot of people I think who have
Back.
short-term
Back.
political
Back.
considerations involved here, particularly Republicans who are looking at November. They're worried about the fall. Guess what? You were always going to be worried about the fall, and I think that the president's decision to go into this was bold. I think it was the right one still. But I also think that ultimately, at the end of this, we don't feel like we achieved the aims that he set out.
I think there was a lot of pressure too from places like Saudi Arabia. Worried that Iran was going to go after the oil infrastructure and the mess that would have made. But JD Vance said that the Gulf nations really like this deal because if Iran plays ball, it might just transform the whole region.
You know what you think about the President Trump peace plan? They love it. It's turning over a new leaf, just in the Middle East. So there are so many big differences between, of course, our policy and the previous administrations. But what we've done here is actually unite the Gulf. That can have transformed not for the next couple of years, but the next couple of generations.
There's a lot of carrots out there. Iran does the right thing, including apparently a $300 billion fund that will be fronted by the Gulf nations to help bring Iran into the community of nations. But that against 50 years of history.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that the historical trend.
No!
This administration has done a great job, I think, of avoiding a lot of the mistakes of the past. But I think that there is a situation here where perhaps the amount of success that they had on foreign policy, particularly what they were able to pull off in Venezuela, perhaps an
Oh.
here without necessarily just having support.
But we'll get him eventually. It's just difficult.
And look, responding.
Yeah, that's it. It's just difficult. There's no spare Freddy head in this map or place.
Personally, I think that if you slap a screaming eagle on an Obama-like deal when it comes to Iran, it doesn't make it much better.
Yeah, but do you think that the president looked away?
Damn it!
Of course.
After he walked away, he was very concerned.
We have to take lessons from history, and that one absolutely is one that I think was in front of mind for him.
Yeah, Brett, Ben, you could spend time in it. It was so much appreciated. Sandra.
All right, as we keep an eye on President Trump at the G7 summit in France, we are also tracking a new warning about how billions of your taxpayer dollars could be going to the wrong people. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer.
No!
Plus, a Fox exclusive, and the Texas company behind that drone boat that helped rescue 2 Army pilots near the Strait of Hormuz after their Apache helicopter was shot down by an Iranian drone. That coming up next.
Not all escapes require leaving. Experience the naturally cool, crisp comfort of performance. Only for Bold and Branch. Shop now in stores and at bowlandbranch.com.
Are you a veteran, own a home, and need cash? You need to know about the New Day 100 VA Cash Out Loan for Veterans. It lets you borrow up to 100% of your home's value.
I called and got $68,461. More than I ever dreamed.
You can refinance your mortgage, pay off credit card debt, put cash in the bank, and lower your payments hundreds of dollars a month.
A lot of people talk about helping veterans. New Day actually does it. They know veterans. I trust New Day to get it done.
Call today and get the financial peace of mind every veteran deserves. Call 1-888-928-2089 or go to newdayusa.com now.
No Gang USA.
In the neck, cramped, uncomfortable, and forget about getting undressed. There's nothing cozy about the airplane seats with hard plastic benches and those so-called travel pillows. They just don't cut it. You don't need another travel pillow. You need Be Cozy, the world's most comfortable neck pillow.
Be a fan.
Trapped in the middle seat, wrap Be Cozy around your neck to stop chin drops, bobblehead napping. Smashed up against the window, fold Be Cozy inside the bunch in your shoulders for super side. 3 flyer miles get you sitting higher. Turn Be Cozy to the side.
It's just a fan. It's just a fucking fan.
So get the world's most comfortable travel neck pillow and be cozy just like me.
What's a huh?
You get cozy because everyone gets a Be Cozy. Only Be Cozy has patented overlapping.
Oh wait, Game Maker.
And the comfort you need in any seats on any trip. Go online right now and get this exclusive TV offer. Buy one Be Cozy, get one 50% off.
Ooh, let's see.
Stomach trouble?
How? Go. Attack.
You're finally gonna be a mom. You're ready to babysit.
Go.
And you want to make the moment last.
That's it. We go here, then attack.
Say safety is their big.
Then attack. Then attack.
Constantly change.
That's bullshit.
Instead of thinking
Shut.
we worry about being followed, unwanted attention, and stuff that
No.
Banana was a less lethal device, capable of incapacitating an attacker, then you get to safety. At Berna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Berna.com to find how you can always safely make it to the finish line.
Todd's in the hospital.
From vaping. Notice you won't vape, Emma?
Not cool.
Wacky sitcom teens are the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, we got a minute?
You are. Talk to your child about vaping today.
The ways that the government is deployed is that the computer systems don't talk to each other. So if computer systems don't talk to each other, then you can exploit that gap. And forces exploit that gap, take advantage.
Elon Musk and Doge were quick to sound the alarm about it. Outdated government computer systems that can't even talk to each other. The report warns that disconnect maybe makes it harder to stop fraud, finding the federal government still can't fully verify where billions of your taxpayer dollars are going. And to people on the Treasury departments, do not pay us. So let's bring in look at the Minnesota Congressman and Congressman, welcome to Europe. I think people are going to be shocked and stunned to find out just how much money is being put in the hands of other people, our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. What is this report?
You can be a fan. You can be a fan. You can be a. You can be a fan. You can be a fan.
Under several different government programs, over 50% of them are Medicare, Medicaid, and the SNAP program. Sandra, we've done an amazing job in Congress, especially with the big, beautiful tax cut bill that was signed into law about a year ago, and putting new restrictions, new surveillance type requirements. For instance, illegals can no longer access Medicare. Huge savings. But we've got a long way to go, as this GAO report that was just released shows us. This overpayments, in spite of those reforms that were done a year ago, are $24 billion higher than the year before, Sandra. We got a lot of work.
As much as $3 trillion, apparently, according to this report, has been lost to overpayments since fiscal year 2003. That's just insanity. And I want to put up this pie chart that was included in the GAO report showing where these payments are going. 82% of them are going to overpayments. But look at this, $14.3 billion went to unknown payments. How do you spend $14 billion on stuff you don't even know you're spending it on?
Well, John, unfortunately, my state, the state of Minnesota, is ground zero for this kind of nonsense. It seems like a Somali fraudster is getting convicted every week on fraud. So it's not just quote unquote overpayments. It's people who have figured out.
I see you over there in the dark. Come on out.
Review the oversight in place at the state level to make sure that these payments are getting to the people that they're intended for. The poor, the single mothers with children, the disabled, the seniors. Instead, you've got fraudsters that are taking us to the wall every single day. So when they say overpayments, John, and when you talk about these unknowns, the overpayments, they can talk about the actual program, but where's the other 14 billion? Like I said, we got a lot of work left to do. And I think Elon, the quote that you both played at the beginning of this segment, very clear.
That was mine.
These aren't just outdated systems. Some of these
Well, no.
they're not just to each other. They aren't up to the task. So there's a lot of work left to be done to go after the waste, fraud, and abuse. And again, unfortunately, my state is ground zero for this sort of thing, and we're going to have to make sure we do a much better job.
Well, Carson, before another cent is paid out, we've got to make sure that our taxpayer dollars are ending up in the wrong hands. What's the plan?
Well, I think you saw the plan. One, Doge, when President Trump was a necessary entity to start exposing all of this and going after it. I don't think the American public, Sandra, understood just how serious this is. They hear numbers, but it's just like my state. I don't think my state realized we were talking about $9 billion or more that have been stolen under the Tim Walz administration. Now people in Minnesota are waking up because this isn't about a Republican Democrat thing. This is about a Minnesota, this is about an American thing. We believe in fairness, and fairness isn't about feeding the fraudsters. Fairness is about making sure that those seniors that need the benefits that we've created get them, that the single moms get the benefits that they're entitled to, and disabled Americans, etc. This is a huge deal, as John pointed out. Just the overpayment piece. Keep in mind, this is just the overpayment piece is estimated to be some $3 trillion since 2003.
And yeah, again, as we said, that's just insane. But if there is any kind of a silver lining here, it's that the number of overpayments are going down in recent fiscal years. 2021 was the high watermark, $281.4 billion in improper payments. It's now 185.8, dipped to a low of 161.5 in 2024. But still, I mean, that's crazy money that's going out the door. Final word.
Well, again, Senator asks, what's the next step? Perhaps when we're talking 2021, 2022, people in the Biden administration and people that were bilking the Biden administration realized
Fusion.
The first step you saw a year ago, John. The next step, Sandra, is going to be making sure that we make these requirements, these screening tools, even more significant. That's going to be the key. You got to make sure that what's in place for oversight guarantees that these taxpayer dollars are going to exactly what they were intended, and not to the fraudsters like the Somali fraudsters in Minnesota.
Congressman Tom, I always appreciate your time, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Congressman.
Thank you, guys.
The charges just filed against anti-ICE activists in Minnesota. Prosecutors say they weren't just protesting, plotting to confront and attack federal agents. Former acting director Jonathan Fahey weighs in. Coming up next.
These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about Y-Refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in Y-Refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest from 1 to 5 years? You can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs. And you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income or reinvest it, whatever you choose. When you invest in Y-Refi, the interest is calculated daily and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log on to investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum to scan this QR code. Review the disclosures at your leisure. Y-Refi, investing in America's future.
This tastes so good.
I invited to my barbecue and let it eat you.
See, 35 years ago, Riverbend Ranch set out to create beef that's better than Wagyu. We use the highest quality Angus cattle in the world. We think we've done it. Now you be the judge. Riverbend Ranch, real American beef.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy.
Most people achieved clear skin from head to toe. Many were 100% plaque free. And many were completely clear even at 5 years.
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burning. Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, include infections, or lower ability to before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
You did it! Great job! Only one more night to go. Right?
When you have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet, even stickers can hurt. Your life also comes in a spray for harder beach areas. Getting older happens, but living with pain doesn't have to. Time to buy what I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive and live on.
Boys and girls all over the world are being abused and tortured.
The worst moments of these children's lives are being videotaped and they're being shared with other offenders all over the world.
And John, the company also has a 180-foot ship in its fleet. Just to give you some perspective, that is roughly about 7 times the size of these Corsairs here.
Well, they sure can't prove the concept there in the Gulf of Oman a couple of weeks ago. Brooke Teleforce would do something like that, right? Senator?
Okay, New York City Mayor Zoe Mandani pushes to expand taxpayer-funded grocery stores as his far-left ideas spread across the country. What's that?
Just as LaGuardia used government to respond to the challenges of the Great Depression, we will use government to respond to rising prices and unaffordable groceries. New Yorkers are being priced out of their
This
grocery.
content, this fucking content literally sucks ass.
With the supply of beef cattle at a 70-year low, many outfits are now importing beef from Argentina and Brazil. At Riverbend Ranch, our native cattle are more raised and processed in the USA. Riverbend Ranch, real American beef.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Beth Grover. I'm here with Michael Smith from Renewal by Anderson. You really work with the customers to find affordable solutions.
We do it. We're the replacement window division of Anderson, one of the largest window manufacturers in North America. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts and better financing than smaller companies or contractors.
Other window companies don't offer your same window and door installation method.
Our installers have installed thousands of windows. Our windows are manufactured to precisely fit your specific window openings. Being custom built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most blind windows.
And you offer a free window and patio door diagnosis.
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your equipment, show you where you might be losing energy, and take measurements. Then we'll give you an exact spot.
So you're not a high-test company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their homes more beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really
Hey.
gorgeous.
They are. And they're engineered to easily open and close for years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide great security.
That is so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before June 30th, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. And our financing can help make this project more affordable with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call today to schedule your appointment. Don't wait. Call 1-800-704-4200. That's 1-800-704-4200.
Hey, you there? Yeah, you. You should have bought gold and silver a long time ago. You should have protected your retirement while you had the chance. Should have followed your instincts. But here's the good news. It's not too late. You can either buy gold and silver now at the current prices, or you can wait. You pay a heck of a lot more later. One thing's for sure, real tangible assets like gold and silver are going up in value. They have real worth, not like that paper money. Now, who do you call? Well, that's easy. Merchant Gold Group, right here in Franklin, Tennessee. They're the greatest gold company east of the Mississippi. Hey, rated the Better Business Bureau. 5-star reviews. Honest folks who get it done fast. Get your retirement account right. Get your metals perfect.
Uh-oh.
So get your free Merchant Gold guide. Take advantage of our promotion. Call Merchant Gold Group. 1-800-981-5443. 1-800-981-5443.
No. Ah. Oh no.
When you can't watch, you can listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Titans of the AI industry attending this week's G7 summit in France. And leaders consider putting guardrails on the powerful new tools of the future.
When the ultimate custom night hits.
Edward.
Hey, John, yeah, the artificial intelligence industry leaders are trying to get in front of potential issues with new releases that are coming out. The heads of OpenAI, Meta AI, Google DeepMind, as well as Anthropic will all be at the G7. Now, Anthropic's release simplified and emphasized the importance of these meetings. The Trump administration taking issue with the response from the company to concerns about being able to.
Wow.
Model has the potential to hack.
Like, to be honest, Jay Cinema, like, if bro is good at coding, he should make FNAF 2 reanimated. Because better movement, like in the real-time version, probably the hoaxes, like, well, probably the FNAF 2 hoaxes in FNAF 2. That would be very awesome, you know.
So while that's Anthropic CEO trying to smooth over the tense relationship with the Trump administration, the latest release again remains under lockdown. Now, reports out of London.
I mean, I would, but you might try to bite me, though.
Here's Starmer this week about his hope for artificial intelligence.
I'm a fan of tech and AI.
I don't know.
I think it is huge capability to change our world for the better.
What the? Run like a little bitch. You run. You run it, you walk it, you really, oh.
So the United States trying to get those national security concerns addressed. The Anthropic technical staff, the senior staff, is working with the administration again today to try and work that out. It has not as of yet.
Uh-oh.
Stop Harlow leaders in New York City doubling down on Zoe and Donnie's government-run grocery store plans with a new proposal that would require 5 city-operated stores in each borough. And now San Francisco may be looking to follow this same playbook. What could go wrong? Let's bring in Brian Redberg, host The Bottom Line and the Big Money Show on Fox Business, and Fox Business contributor Lou Bassanies is here as well for a very long time. We appreciate it. Be on the bottom of the screen. Okay? All right, so what could go wrong, you know? Okay, so just put them up. Government-run grocery stores. I'm sure it will solve everyone's problem.
Okay, so number one, they don't work. You've seen that everywhere. They aren't run well. They can't make money. They lose lots of money. The taxpayers have to pay for the lot.
You blinked? Uh-oh. You blinked too? Oh, no.
And they're being subsidized and not paying taxes.
Why? No!
Donnie looked in the eye and said, I'm for you. You're the little guy. I want to make your life better. He's like, he's going to take a bulldozer and drive them out of business, Sandra. That might be the worst part.
Sadly, the worst part of all would be that the government-run grocery store fails and they say, oh, we need some grocery stores to open up to feed the people. But even when challenged, here's Donnie doubling down on his decision to run these grocery-run stores.
I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president.
I don't know.
He famously said, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. It's a good quote. I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, I worked all day and can't feed my family. We are going to use the power of government to lower prices and make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table.
What a misappropriation of Ronald Reagan and what he was pursuing to do. And here's Mom Donnie. It's just good marketing. What doesn't change?
Damn. You lost.
He's hung everything on, and he's changing it, trying to do it through grocery store economics, which just won't work. Even if you take the profit out of it, all you're doing is 1.7% profit margin in most grocery stores. If you remove rent and taxes, all you're doing is splitting the bill. Consumer gets part of it, the taxpayer gets the other part. These grocery stores are going to fail. This is a miserable policy, but it resonates well. That's all he's doing. He's playing to his base, trying to get them to enjoy the economics. And then, unfortunately, we can sit here a year from now, 2 years from now, like Brian's point. This has failed in every other instance with government-run grocery stores. We can say, look at what you did. You actually drove up prices now because you drove up competition in a business that doesn't have margins to sacrifice.
You're taking me back to a time when I used to research those grocery store stocks. I used to think how do they keep the lights on? The margins are so razor thin. To think
the government's got all the answers and they're gonna figure this out better than the private grocery stores is beyond me. But yet, this is the Manhattan Institute arguing there are much cheaper options than what they're pitching here. Listen.
For those who are mostly we have SNAP benefits.
Alright. Oh, you'll be so long to us.
On that first story in Holland, are 2 or 3 times more than it would cost the private sector. We're still paying for that. Taxpayers are still paying for that. A lot of companies have delivery services. You can do this with Target, for example, with Amazon Fresh have this service. There's no reason why you couldn't say it. But work with companies like that to expand delivery service, and it would be a lot cheaper than the government running it. So it's
Good ideas. I don't think anybody's listening, Brian.
Yeah, so what he's saying is instead of driving private grocery stores out of business, give them reasons to build more of them. But this is ideological, Mom and Daddy. More than feeding people, he wants the government to get the upper hand on the private sector because at heart, he is a socialist flirting constantly with communism.
Move for a second.
Why not drive a public-private partnership between the likes of Amazon and Walmart who have figured out the logistics to improve margins, bring both parties together, and actually do something that has a chance of maybe working?
Sounds so smart. I don't know. All right.
Not going for
There you go. Okay.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much. All right.
Oh, damn.
Militant tactics used by Antifa-linked activists in Minneapolis and their sinister plot to target ICE agents. Jonathan Fahey, former acting ICE director, weighs in with next.
Super lol. Super lol 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 lol.
There were 5 with more MLB games than 10. Welcome to the stadium.
What? Oh, there is a real time.
Every veteran, every service member out there, if you're thinking about buying a home, if you're thinking about a cash out refi, whatever you're thinking with a mortgage, you should come to New Day USA first.
Call 1-888-928-2089.
This is Ruth and Sherry, who are about to buy their dream home, but their advisor Chris didn't see it open long term. So new investment plan protected the future and helped make their old home feel like new.
We just want to be comfortable and enjoy.
GA. I was worried I could see a precedent. My retina specialist was told I was going to check it, and it's proved this was GA. Which helps me see what I love from
Isorbay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have around your eye. Isorbay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Isorbay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam.
Isorbay. I'm taking action to slow my GA. Seeing it out there means everything to me.
Ask your retina specialist how you could help preserve your vision longer with Isorbay.
You know what's crazy? I run unlimited income to get an unlimited buffet for the senior price. Crazy. 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 I was the only pro making the money. Is it crazy? Crazy.
And exclusively jumped from the president's deal with Iran to the surveillance line battle in Washington. The Senate Majority Leader details it all and more. Tonight on Special Report.
Kids are the center of our world. That's why we created Nurture Life. Tools that are grabbable, mashable, and made for tiny hands. Our finger foods are designed just for babies and toddlers learning to self-feed. Every bite is packed with nutrient-rich ingredients that fuel growth, perfectly sized, expertly balanced.
Ooh.
Kids build healthy habits and bodies, bite by bite. Nurture Life.
I just found the perfect way to eat delicious meals without having to stop work. I just got Cervella and I'm finally free from all the downsides of dinner and now so convenient. With Cervella, every meal is handcrafted, delivered to my door, and perfectly designed by Cervella's chefs to cook in my oven. With Cervella, dinners taken care of and I have still free time. The only person I have to do is actually try it. Get started right now at Cervella.com.
Ow.
Cervella.
Wow.
More about one of the suspects charged in a UFC event at the White House this week. Texas correspondent David Spot has more on that for us. Hello, David.
Hello, Sandra. To update everybody, 5 men are in custody right now in 4 different states. 2 men charged in California, 1 in Ohio, 1 in Nebraska, and finally 1 in Missouri. We're learning more about one man, as you mentioned, in custody, Daniel Eskridge, who is being charged in federal court in Missouri. He and others, as I said, charged in those states. Now, according to court documents filed in Missouri, I want to show a screen grab of a conversation authorities say that Eskridge posted on the ground. On the top, it says, quote, "I will be on the ground leading from the front as one of the 5 snipers. I would never ask y'all to do something I wouldn't do myself, but I can't do this alone, so asking for volunteers." And then he continues, allegedly, this operation is what we call the trigger event. The terrain is
He looks pissed.
because they will send everything they have to hunt us. But if we pull this up,
Crazy is the most rememberable lad of all time. Like, he's the most rememberable to be all remembered. Because I watched this before. I don't know when, though.
Explode buildings around the White House and then use that as a way to get people to leave the area of the UFC fight on the south lawn of the White House where snipers would have been posted to cause ultimate chaos. Luckily, that never happened. Right now, 5 people are in custody. The FBI and the Secret Service are looking for the others, but they say that it all started, Sandra and John, with a mother in Ohio that was concerned about her son and some of his online conversations. He's 19 years old, and he is in custody right now, Tyson Cropper, and they say that once they spoke to him, that spilled the beans on the rest of this alleged plot. Sandra?
All right, David Spot live out of Washington on that for us. David, thank you. John.
Thank God the mother. Well, the Department of Justice continued to crack down on political violence across the United States, announcing new charges against 15 anti-ICE agitators in Minnesota with alleged ties to Antifa. Former acting ICE Director Jonathan Bailey joins us. For charged with conspiracy to
Oh, my foot got stuck. Or my foot. Yeah, I just remember this guy.
Understandable that. Yeah, I think that's really important that they did so. One, it shows how big this conspiracy was, at least 15. So it's not
Boom!
but it just shows how
Boom!
is taking the
Boom! Boom!
this also brings the attention that a lot of people have been talking about
Oh.
this is the first time we're seeing something sort of not maybe the first time, but there's something
Off.
and it just shows how serious it is. But also, I think what's important, this will be a great deterrent.
Boom! Boom!
We've seen it in New Jersey.
Boom!
Places, and there's nothing to that, another thing to try
Just a big bucket.
doing their jobs and threatening them and other things. So I think
Random.
it's a really important message today to send.
Boom! Oh my God!
Of impeding or injuring federal officers.
Oh my God! It's Sonic Eeks. Sonic Eeks. It's Sonic Eeks.
Yeah, so there again, it's not trying to get together to protest. It's to your point. He was saying they were different.
Up your ass.
Because hey, protest all you want, but this is something different, and we've seen it.
Boom!
Agents up, what, 8,000%, the attacks up, and all these things, and they're just simply doing their jobs. But these
Endo. Endo! And Sonic Head.
In federal prisons are ones that cooperated and those that wish they did, which means most of these folks are going to want to cooperate and maybe talk to others being involved in this. So I saw the coverage of this in the New York Times, and the headline said, "Claiming."
That's deadly.
Claiming back to February, when the show was still go counts. the alleged murder and assault threats against ICE. His name is Kyle Wagner. Very handsome fellow. He posted this video, which got the
Strange ship, Wichita X Afton or Springtrap. That's crazy, you know. Like that's just strange. So is this animation. It's strange. So is this one. It's strange. Okay, let's just get straight into watching this. Markiplier's night at Candies. Nuts. Robot Factor without a name.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much effort being put out by mainstream media. It's always been
Oh.
these types of things.
Get the sass out of your ass.
Well, we've had briefings from White House officials who, gain sense that when we see the details of this memorandum of understanding and the ensuing negotiations, that it's going to be in the United States' best interest. So at the moment, that's all we can tell folks. When we finally see the inside of this, it will know.
Yep, that does it for us. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Sarah Smith.
John Roberts, be sure to follow our social media accounts for all things America Reports. The story with Bill Illusion in for Mark starts right after the break.
Per animal, clinical and animal strength can help us to keep our animal for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
I'm waiting to bank. Do you know why central banks all around the world take the trade? Because they really don't. That can be used in times of trade. So thank you for joining the world of music. Very thankful. Millions. Johnson Hospital is essential moving to people that fire this money. No one
What? Okay, blah 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 blah. Blah. What the fuck are it? No, you're ruining it. You're fucking ruining it.
All exposure to products.
No. What the fuck even is this?
If you are loved and you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, please call.
Oh.
Exclusively dedicated to mesothelioma victims for decades. Let us meet you in your home, office, anywhere, and offer you our Meso Care promise. Our dedication to you is unmatched. Call now for a free book.
Call 800-500-1206 or go to mesobook.com.
Good afternoon to our viewers on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Bill Malone.
Hey, is that Athos guy? It's Atho guy from Athos, the guy, I guess.
It is a crazy story. We're going to fill you in on what we're learning about the anti-government ideology of the suspects and how they apparently plan to carry out a huge scale attack as thousands of people gather at the White House. President Trump giving some new details about the text of the Iran deal and the timeline for G7 in France.
Addition to that, this street is going to be open toll free. And it's toll free beyond the 60 days. Not, somebody said, oh, it's toll free for 60. No, no, it's toll free, period. But I will actually, I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document.
The president also saying he would send that agreement with Iran to Congress. Here's some reaction from lawmakers earlier today.
We're not going to get to see the document till Friday. It's okay. Iran's run by religious zealots. They learned to laugh before they learned to talk. Unless you were homeschooled by a big drinker, no one's confident that Iran's going to do anything.
The MOU is described by the Vice President of the administration seems very promising. Iranian media reports about the deal seem concerning. We're opening up the straits and we're stopping hostilities as a success of its own. Whether or not we can get phase two, I don't know.
And for more on this, we are joined by Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso from the great state of Wyoming. He serves on the Foreign Relations and Finance Committees. Senator, great to see you as always. Thanks for coming out today.
Thank you, Bill. So the text of this MOU obviously hasn't been released yet. You've seen it. There are rumors flying around left and right about what it is and
what isn't in this deal. Some of your colleagues in the Senate, Republicans, are expressing a little bit of skepticism about this bill because Congress is well, been left out of the loop. A few weeks back, one here said the possibility for the secret drug. I take it seriously. Senator Langsford says if you want a deal to last, it can't be an executive agreement. Senator Graham says if the Iranians can enrich uranium anywhere at all, then it's the same as the JCPOA. Senator, do you share some of their skepticism, and do you think Congress needs to be brought to the fold here?
Well, first, it's President Trump who forced Iran to the table to discuss these sorts of things and the position of American strength. So, yeah, we're going to want to review the whole deal, see what's in it, take a look at the timelines, what's being proven to be coming forth. And the president said it's coming to Congress. But we're only here because of the bold actions of President Trump to take out the leadership in terms of the military as well as the Ayatollah and his family in Iran, to sink the Navy, to bury their nuclear capacities well deep into a mountain, and to put their economy in shambles. Iran has been attacking us for 47 years. And I was with the president in the Oval Office the next day. He's been very clear. Iran is not going to get a nuclear weapon. They're not going to have a path to a weapon. They're not going to be able to enrich uranium. And
Used to go down to stuff in this computer. Used to go down there to trash cans. Used to go down.
In the world safe. I don't trust it.
What was that?
Live and cheap. You need to make sure whatever this is verifiable. It is.
You know what night it is? Pain night.
All of us are in America, and you add that to America's energy dominance.
You know, everybody wants to see what's in
No.
the bill. Earlier today,
I do not want to know.
Schumer, he demanded that President Trump
I am calling on Donald Trump to hold a classified gang-based meeting to disclose this so-called MOU. We're in the middle of a war. No one quite understands what Trump is up to and how he's keeping everybody in the dark.
Do you agree with your colleague on the other side of the aisle? Should Congress be brought into the loop here?
Well, the president said that Congress would be brought into the loop. But what's laughable is the fact that Barack Obama made comments yesterday comparing what we're talking about now to what happened when he was president. He said it was doubtful that it was any different. Let me tell you the differences. What Obama did, he never verifiable, he never enforceable. He didn't block the path to the bomb, he paved the path to the bomb. And then he was so desperate, he begged Iran to give up their program, to say that they would do it. He gave them pallets full of cash if they use that money for terrorism. When President Trump got into office, his first term, he ended that deal. Joe Biden comes in as president. He could have brought it back into place. For 4 years, he didn't do it. It was that bad. Obama negotiated for a position of weakness. The Iranian nuclear program was already in place. President Trump didn't even start to negotiate until he had completely bombed their nuclear capacities, buried it under a mountain. That's the difference between President Obama and President Trump. That's the difference between American weakness and American strength. And that's why you're in this position to negotiate for a position of American strength.
Well, as we wait to see what's in it, President Trump says he might hold a press conference where he will reads the MOU word by word. I think a lot of people would probably like it if that happened. Senator John Barrasso, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Bill.
Another historic day for the Dow, hitting 52,000 for the first time in history. Oil markets, big time responding to the deal with Iran. Prices dropping to levels we haven't seen since early March. For more on this, we're going to check in with Fox Business correspondent ahead of the closing bell. Hey, Ashley.
Hey there, Bill. You know, good news begets good news, and the U.S. stock market is riding high on a peace deal with Iran, and as you point out, an oil market that continues to fall as supply looks to rebound. Now, the Dow itself has continued to break new intraday highs, rising above that 52,000 mark. It's remarkable, even though today we've seen the S&P and tech-heavy NASDAQ pull back a little from yesterday's big gains. But the bigger picture here is the belief that lower energy prices will help to reignite the U.S. economy in a number of ways. And that's why we've seen stocks like Caterpillar, for instance, moving higher along with banks like JP Morgan, who will help provide the money to boost the industrial sectors. The U.S. economy has been stuck in limbo during the conflict with Iran. Uncertainty has certainly been holding back investors, but the mood is changing. Those lower oil prices will also lead to lower gas prices at the pump, giving consumers a break from inflation, along with the cost of goods that have been more expensive because of higher transportation costs. Now, all of this will play into the Federal Reserve's thinking about interest rates, and with oil prices falling, the Fed, that began its meeting today, will be less inclined to think about actually raising rates. We're going to find out the central bank's policy decision tomorrow. Plus, new Fed Chair Kevin Walsh's first post-meeting press conference. The Fed, by the way, widely expected to keep rates unchanged at 3.5 to 3.75%. And one final note: SpaceX stock continuing well. Yes, to rocket higher, gaining another 12%, and at one point surpassing both Microsoft and Amazon in market cap during today's session. There are still concerns about that Iran deal, Bill, but for now, the key word on the market is optimism. Back to you.
And we will see if that optimism turns into reality on Friday. The markets would certainly like to see that. Ashley Webster, thank you. Yeah. Also breaking today, arrests really all across the country as the feds now suspected plotters attack targeting a UFC fight at the White House on President Trump's birthday.
We're Renewal by Anderson, and we're proud not to be like most companies. We'll replace just one window. Yep, that really terrible one. And believe it or not, replacing just your worst window can really help improve your home's comfort and energy efficiency. Here's a one-window customer. Looks great. Another one-window job. Love the black. Renewal by Anderson is the replacement window division of Anderson, and Anderson brand products are #1 in quality and rate #1 in performance. With us, you're not just buying a new window or door, you're adding value to your home. And did you know that Renewal by Anderson has replaced windows in nearly 2 million homes across the United States? This will not pressure you to replace all your windows. Give us your worst window now and give us a chance to earn your trust. Get started by calling or going online today. 1-800-932-9292.
Boys and girls all over the world are being abused and tortured.
The worst moments of these children's lives are being videotaped, and they're being shared with other offenders all over the world.
Many people would refer to this as CSAM, child sexual abuse material.
They are suffering, and they don't think that anyone is coming to help them. But we can build that army, and we can go get them.
Give monthly and fuel the fight.
When you're concerned about your heart, a 6-link EKG is better than one. Can your smartwatch do that? Meet Cardian Mobile 6-Hour Max, the personal EKG that provides a more complete view of your heart than any smartwatch. Cardian Mobile 6-Hour Max detects 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, a leading cause of stroke. Save $20 on Cardian Mobile 6-Hour Max this Father's Day at Cardia.com or Amazon.
Oh, that new Cologuard Plus test. 10 out of 10.
Together, I could take 95% of colon cancer, similar to colonoscopy.
Somebody's been working out of stock. Girl, those blue arms have got you. The square jaw says trust.
And the free return label says, I'm told.
The Cologuard Plus test. Non-invasive, no prep is better than ever. For people 45 plus and average risk, it's the box that checks all the boxes. For screening, false positive and negative results may occur, not for those at high risk. Ask your provider or request Cologuard Plus online.
Specific Jake until the funds. Giving you less than inside big headlines and the special look inside his space journey. Don't miss it tonight on the 5.
La salud de tu cerebro es importante. Y lo importante se cuida. ¿Estás haciéndolo con tu cerebro? Ser proactivo con la salud cerebral podría ayudar a reducir el riesgo de demencia por condiciones como la enfermedad de Alzheimer. Prioriza tu salud cerebral. Pregúntale a tu médico por tus factores de riesgo y por una evaluación cognitiva. Más detalles en brainhealthmatters.com/S.
Want to see what real food looks like? 5 hand-breaded chicken tenders, freshly made, served fast, with real Idaho potato Western fries, perfectly paired with our specialty Rofo sauce, and a free 32-ounce Snapple. Now that's real food for just $10. Only Little Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Nice little visions make big impacts. That's why USAA Bank plans for the financial flexibility our members need. With no hidden fees and member benefits like and the nation's largest free ATM network. So whether you pay with card or cash, we make sure every dollar counts. So long. USAA Bank, taking care of our.
Welcome back to stunning new details on the alleged plot targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event.
Wait, where are my headphones?
Apparent plan to attack thousands of people at tennis there. And take a look at this from newly unsealed court documents. It's crazy stuff here. Quote, the co-conspirators discussed using drones to drop explosives on the north side of the White House to create panic and funnel event attendees toward locations where they would have snipers prepared to kill certain high targets. Correspondent David Scott has been filling in for all day long. He joined us live from here in Washington with what he's learning. Hi, David. Hi, Bill. This deals with several different states, but the entire plot may have been stopped by a concerned mother in Ohio. Those involved in the alleged plot were arrested in Ohio, Nebraska, Missouri, and California. In Ohio, investigators this man, 19-year-old Tyson Crawford's mother, called police after she was concerned about her son's recent conduct, including firearms purchases and his communications with people online. According to authorities, when she asked him what he was doing, he said he couldn't tell what he was doing, but that they were looking at multiple different locations and intended to conduct recon as well as hit-and-run missions. Crawford's mother believed hit-and-run missions meant conducting shootings and then leave it. According to court documents, authorities seized several boxes of ammunition from Crawford and this rifle on the left painted with an American flag. Crawford spoke to investigators. They say he spilled the beans on others across the country allegedly involved in the plot via different chat networks. In Southern California, authorities arrested and charged these two men with conspiracy to commit murder, 24-year-old Brian Roa and 32-year-old Michael Thomas. In court documents, investigators say Crawford was in touch with both men. They say they have screen grabs from one of the phones of an alleged plotter that features aerial photos and maps of locations in and around D.C. Authorities say there were discussions about where snipers should be placed and drones launched.
And just because we're done with Freedom 250, or that particular, there are still suspects at until
why always bugs? Every time. I mean, sometime, just sometime, but not every time.
Thankfully, I think that suspect's mom is also your kid is not an easy call. Turn your own kid in, not at all. Did the right thing. Yeah, David,
fucking again.
David, thank you. Thank you. Great to see you. Let's pick up where we just left off there. That suspect's mom, we called her name. The kid's only 19 years old, and according to the affidavit, he used his graduation money to try to buy some of the stuff.
Great, now I need to wash my hands.
$7,000 of his graduation money to buy ammo, guns, all that to, allegedly carry out this really awful plot against the people who were at the UFC fight in the White House. That's part of this larger network of apparently around 23 people. Secret Service was so very actively hunting those people down. The real word good steps. I mean, was one, yes, my mother deserves a lot of credit, and I cannot imagine making that decision that the right thing to do, but it's a heartbreaking one. Number two, how young this guy was, 19 years old. And it struck me that it fits into this larger trend that we're seeing young men who are angry at the government, and they're angry about capitalism, or they're angry about a particular political leader, and then they're delusionally taking matters into their own hands
and throwing their lives away. Luigi Mangione was 26 when he allegedly committed the murder of the United Healthcare CEO. We have Tyler Robinson, I think he was around 22, 23 when he allegedly committed the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And then, of course, the recent suspects who tried to bomb the protest outside of Gracie Mansion were 18 and 19 years old. So it's really troubling and frankly, very sad.
And to your point about these young men, being mad at the government for whatever reason, according to these affidavits, one of the alleged organizers of this, a guy named Michael Allen Thomas, arrested in California, he told investigators that he believes the government is run by elites who sacrifice and consume children and have ties to Jeffrey Epstein, and that they were being protected by President Trump. They said if they carried out this attack, it would, quote, jumpstart a revolution. Just look at big picture here, kind of what you were talking about with these other cases. Like, some of these people are just so far out there.
They are, but yet there seems to be a growing archetype, so to speak, of this prototype of the person who is angry. And again, it tends to be this very angry, frustrated young man. And some of the more things that stuck out to me as I read through all of the complaints today was that they thought one of them thought they could get half the U.S. military on their side if they were successful. They could get 3% of the United States population. There was a list, one of them had, of 46 names of celebrities and politicians. We don't know yet who they were. We don't know if that will be released. But what really struck me was how particularized and detailed these complaints were. And again, it's thanks to that mom who called in, and the police were able to get a search warrant and look at all of these signal chats that laid out very specific plans to attack this event at the White House over the weekend.
Yeah, and the FBI did some quick work here. They found out about it on Wednesday. They got 5 or 6 people in custody in different states, but they're still looking for, I think, 15, 16 more people. So great job by the FBI, and again, great job by that mom to unfortunately have to turn in her own son. Carrie, Ron, great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Yep. So new demands from Iran that could potentially sink a deal with the U.S. We're going to talk to General Jack Keane all about it coming up next.
Don't kick that cat.
If you're a veteran, own a home, and need cash, here's good news. Service to your country has earned you the right to apply for a home loan that's via guarantee.
Is that good? I didn't let him out.
Sure. To 100% of your home's value.
Why'd you even say her? I mean him. Why'd you even say him?
$1,000. That's me. By tapping into the value you've built up in your home, you can pay off your car loan and credit cards and lower your payments hundreds of dollars a month. Thousands.
Okay, do you have the other?
Authority from the VA.
Why?
We can say
Take that to camp.
banks say no.
Why?
Because when you take a shower, you got to use deodorant.
If you're frustrated for vacation,
Why?
your body's giving you something time to try.
What?
Designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve irritational bloating impacts. When you feel the signs, it's time to try a lot.
Your next breakdown could cost thousands.
Unless you have endurance.
I will never pay for coverage car repairs again.
This drug is not leaving without paying thousands.
These repairs cost thousands too, except the driver's not paying for it. Endurances.
Endurance saved me over $3,400. It was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
If your car's out of warranty, a new water pump could cost over $1,300.
Here, it's covered.
And engine, $8,000.
With endurance.
I tell all my customers, make endurance pay for that car repair.
My year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
With endurance, you can keep your car on the road longer.
And never pay out of pocket for a costly repair.
To save $1,000, I would take it any day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 39's fault. Motherfucker.
Stop it.
Oh. What? Funtime Freddy and Bonbon. Oh, I thought they were gonna. I thought they were gonna completely jump me. Freddy call. Why does this game even start to suck dicks when I just started to play it? But I can't see the sea. This is the pot. 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 This is ah. Afton's research facility. Date, February 2009. Laura, Doma, Billy, and Belle. Okay. Oh shit, gas leak. Oh, I'm here. And we're near there.
William, trash cans need bags. Can you hear me?
Both of the worst things decide to fucking happen at once. One, gas leak. Two, fucking Doma. Fucking I can't find the bags. As you walk in, the laundry room, but to the right. They're in a blue bag. They're in a blue thing to pull it from the bottom. Oh, for Christ's sake. We'll stop right there. No. No. I don't know. We all do, I guess. Only just one. Only just one. One. What? On. No. The fuck? This is obviously just. I hate it so bad. To me, I would feel very smiley. I don't know. All of it. All four of these are yes. Kitsune Miku. Yes. 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 Ow. I don't know. Memifications. Okay. I almost have a headache, but no thanks. No. No tradition the machine. Stick on. And you're rushing to the screen. Stick on. That just may drive me crazy. Yeah. Wash your balls. Wash your balls. Ugh. Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear. Talk and talk. Talk and talk. Freddy Fazbear. In this game, we'd be playing as Freddy Fazbear. I'm Freddy Fazbears. Yeah. Boom. Doo doo. Ah ha 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 ha. You really think I wouldn't see that, right? Be gone. Oh, you're cool. You're cool. Fucker's just like Wyatt. He yaps about that kind of shit non-stop. Non-stop, I say. Ah! Could you just stop? Ah. Boo! Sad that he does that kind of shit at 1.86k subs. Like, how stupid are you? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Boo! No. Boo! What does he do? You're outnumbered, boy. Boo! Boom! Do-do. 300 points. What? What? What are you? What are you? What was that? What? Oh. So the game actually crashes. That's nice. Ooh. Dad. Dad. They've awoken. Wait. Ooh. Yes. Hello. Why are we doing this again? Why are we doing this again? Every time I do the Golden Freddy. Who even are you? Fucking Christ, what even is that? And it just resets. This whole game goes back to the damn screen! We're caught. Freddy Fazbear. It's your favorite Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Faz. Oh my God. Oh. Oh! Uh-oh. Rakot game. Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Faz, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Faz, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Faz Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Fazbear, Freddy Five Bears, 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 Bears. Woohoo! Yay! Great job, Foxy. Great job. Great job, Foxy. Both kill. Now it's Golden Freddy's turn to get you now. You've won! We backed in! Oh, wait. We have to wait till this goes away. Who even are you? Dude! Well, we've got everything! And we bagged a total of, oh my god. We bagged in a total of a lot of points. We bagged in a lot of points of it. We got everything. That's it. We got everything and bagged a total 241 points. Woo! It was something. Thanks for playing. Come back soon. Also, next stream, I will do next stream because it's got completely ruined by some dumbass, probably a cousin or a brother of Wyatt, and said two bad words: a number and something stupid. Gary Doubler is an exception because he didn't say that kind of slop shit, and it's because that, well, he's a Dandy's World kind of guy. I don't know. It's only because of his PFP. Vitamins and nutrients. Donald Duck used to make me glad, and now he makes me sad. Because of the shit that he's been posting. Um. Hmm.
Begin audio prompt in 3, 2, 1.
Look at my new thighs. Boom.
There's no doubting what you've achieved on a technical level. These are clearly state of the art. There are just certain design choices that were made for these robots to fully understand. We were hoping that you could shed some light on those. She can dance. She can sing. She can do everything even right at fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream. With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
Why won't you let me play with them?
What is this?
I want the number 2. I don't.